Hello and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday streams. It is 20 May 2026. Setting up for Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And the rest of the shows tonight. Hope everybody had a great week. And your weekend will be just as good. Be a few minutes till we get everything going. Welcome in, Web Geek over on Kick. Appreciate you coming in. Let's go. Just making sure all the platforms are connected up. And we can take and get going here pretty soon. Should be along pretty shortly, so welcome in, welcome in. Everybody over on Nemo, appreciate you too coming in. Hope everybody's doing well over and wherever you're at over there. Be switching over here pretty shortly to get John and the crew up for the first show of the night. We got 3 shows tonight. Censorship Sucks, Paranormal Intelligence Agency, and then to finish it out, the Vixen's Vault. So let me drop them a call and get them up and rolling. Barry, John.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. How you doing?
So far, so good. Having a nice day here. It was pretty humid
Nice.
and warm outside with a good breeze, but no rain. But it's not arid, dry. That's a good thing here.
Oh,
You know. So what have you been up
that's
to?
good. Oh, not much.
Getting all settled in where you're at?
Yeah, working on Blue. She's doing her hair bomb, where she's losing all her hair.
Oh no.
She's no, it's shedding. Right?
Yeah.
She does everything.
It's that time of year,
But like, she only lets me work on her for like 15 minutes at a pop at most.
Yeah.
10 minutes. And so it's like every day I sit her down and try to get my 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Make progress. She won't let me touch her butt at all.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's funny. It all comes out on her sides first, so she ends up with like a mohawk for a little while. She's in her mohawk phase right now. Well, I could get it off the top of her back, but I don't mind it there because it looks really cool. So I always leave it there for like a week.
Just take some pictures, man. Send them because everybody loves it when you take the dog pictures.
I put one up the other day. I was sweeping up some pine needles, and she just sat right down in the middle of a big pile of them. So I took a picture of it. I was like, yeah,
Oh, you should have
kind of
seen.
funny.
Was it? It was last week.
Hmm.
We took and gave Zeus and Nona a bath outside since it's been pretty nice. Zeus
Hmm.
loves the water, but Nona does not. She's like, oh man, she was like, oh please, please don't hit me with the water. No matter how gentle it looks, it's hurting me. It's gonna hurt me. I'm like, no, no. It was kind of funny because it was it Nina and Victoria were holding her down, and uh, they had me kind of like just give the hose a real light rinse after they got her
Hmm.
all. Oh, and you can almost see her stripes. The pattern because she has kind of a pattern underneath all her coat, and that was kind of
Hmm.
neat. But now they smell good. They don't have that wet dog smell.
Yeah.
And Zeus got another playmate. Mabel's in, which is Nina's daughter. Dog. She brought her in while she's on summer break for school. But
Hmm.
Mabel does not like uh, Nona at all. It's like she's the alpha queen. That's it. Can be only one. But hey, there's a big uh, age difference too. Let's see. Mabel will be what, 1 or 2, and Nona's only about maybe 3 or 4 months old.
Oh yeah. They're still both kind of puppies, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because the way they roughhouse. It's always funny. As soon as it used to be Zeus that would come running into me as soon as they would come in from outside, from her place to mine, and but now Nona's the one that just kind of charges and tackles me when they come in. I don't know. You could probably see that sometimes when we're on air.
Hmm.
What do you got for stories tonight? What are we going to talk about?
I was just pulling them up. Let's see. It was a mass shooting. There were primaries. Hakeem Jeffries been being an asshole.
Okay, and that's pretty regular, right?
Oh yeah, that guy is just. I mean, he's really just on the cutting edge of the absolute worst. Like, we always say Pelosi sucks. I can't wait for her to go. But they'll put in someone worse, and lo
Yeah.
and behold, we get Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, at least with Hakeem, he probably isn't taking as much insider trading as she did.
Oh, who knows? Who knows? She probably sat him down and taught him 50 ways to Sunday to make all kinds of money, so she could just hold it against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're there in name only.
Yeah. It's like you're the Speaker of the House now, man. You deserve to have a lot of money. So here, let me just show you how to get some.
Yeah.
And it's just all blackmail.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No one is talking to you.
Oh yeah.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oi! 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 Does anybody know what that means? Oi! 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 Oi!
Like,
You always hear it,
come here.
Yeah,
Hey,
from Hooligan.
oi, yeah, oi is like, hey,
I've heard it even in
come
a
here.
song. I've heard it in chants and songs, and I don't know. I don't even know what it means. Just oi, oi.
Well,
It's like,
gotta-
hey, hey.
it's a punk thing. Don't worry about it. European thing.
Is it another language?
British.
Excuse me.
You got to stop sniffing that cinnamon, man. I tell you. Doing the milk challenge and the cinnamon challenge, you got to give it up, man. It's just no good for you, man. It'll cause you to choke up a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Listen,
You've been hanging around liberals too much, man. It's starting to rub off, I can tell. How's everybody doing, man? Everybody doing all right? I mean, are we
Yeah,
alive,
doing good.
kicking? I mean, what's happening?
Yeah, we're alive, kicking. All that good stuff, mate.
All right, mate.
Hey.
I hear what you're saying. It's bloody cool. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Let's see, what else can we find here? I only have about 11 articles up. I'm trying to see if I can find a couple more real quick, just to round it out a little more.
All right. While you do that, I'm gonna go do my refill, and I'll be right back.
Barry, while he's gone, why don't you tell me a story?
Once upon a time, there were 3 bears in the woods, and
Yeah? What happened next?
well, there was a daddy bear, a mama bear, and a baby bear. I don't know if you've heard it before, but no, you mean a news story?
Uh-huh. Is this a story where that little whore girl burns her whore mouth on my hot porridge?
I'm not even sure I remember the story, man. I'll be honest with you. It's I know this though. A lot of those tales are pretty demented if you actually think about it. Like the tales and the songs that some of the songs that the what do you call them? The rhymes that they sing. They're kind of more.
Yeah, we grew up with like very Hansel and Gretel. They go out in the woods and a witch eats them.
Yeah, not too comforting at night.
No, I mean you're gonna tell that to your little kid and like just hope he's not really paying attention.
Yeah. Oh, they got. I think they've got like horror movies, really like amplified horror movies out of that story now. Like for adults, they've made many versions of that film, of that story. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a few. Well, I mean, I've seen them advertised or whatever.
Yeah, I think I saw one like a long time ago with the dude from Bourne Identity. It was like ages,
Yeah.
20 years ago maybe.
Yeah, I think they did make one that was like a high budget one, and then there was a bunch of like B and C, movie
just-
actors.
Horror flick, Netflix type stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't want to say it's been a slow week in news because it's never been a slow week since Trump came into the picture, and there's just so many things happening that even if nothing happens too much for a week, there's still everything else that's happened the last 6 months that's still playing a big role in everything that's happening,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's always stuff going on. I mean,
Go ahead.
just gotta look them up, talk about them.
I kind of got off the kick of just looking for the news stories the last week because it just kind of got old. I mean, I posted a few, but I just thought I'm going to post different stuff this week. It's kind of getting old for me. It's like it's the same song and dance kind of.
Yeah.
I think you kind of
I
have
know.
you kind of have to like break.
Sometimes I look at certain stories and I'm like, I just don't want to cover this again. Like, I don't know, there's a trans one on here today, and it's like, ugh, who cares? Right? I don't want to talk about that. I've talked about it enough.
Well, really, where it matters the most, these stories that keep popping up is like how much ground have they made with it? You know, is it just something that's happening randomly, or is it really starting to be embedded in these liberal leftist hellscapes? And then, is there a threat if we lose the power to? I think that's the reason why they keep doing the nonsense, because they've clearly lost in the realm of debate. Nobody wants. Even liberals don't like it. Bill Maher doesn't like the woke nonsense, and there's a ton of liberals that don't, but they just don't say anything about it because they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to be, canceled.
Yep. Get James Woods.
Yeah, I like good old James. I mean, I listened to him a couple times, and he's changed his tune a little bit, though. He's much more aggressive. But about 6 months ago, he was talking about how, a lot of these people that are completely deranged in Hollywood, that they're actually okay people, and they, I'm like, dude, they don't like you anymore. Trust me, they don't like you at all anymore. They hate you with passion.
You don't need to kiss up to them.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's like saying, I'm done with it. I'm so finished with it, because it's just complete and total lunacy.
Yeah.
And I mean, him and Rob Reiner went back a long ways, and Rob Reiner's the biggest woke schmuck was in Hollywood, one of the top ones. But him and not Rob Schneider.
Reiner.
Reiner, exactly. Rob Schneider's actually pretty cool. He's not woke, but they hung out, and apparently, even though maybe they were on opposite sides of the aisle, they might have maybe still somewhat communicated. I don't know. But certainly he spoke highly of him. James Woods did. But I don't think that Rob would speak highly of James, unless he was cornered and had to do it. Because James did that just off the cuff, because he considered him a friend. But these people, and they're not loyal. Just like RFK Jr. said just recently, he said, I've lost 90% of all of my friends for just basically doing what I've done. 90% of his liberal friends gone completely, he said. Disappeared. Don't want to have anything to do because they're not faithful. They're not loyal. They're schmucks. They're schmoes.
Well, they believe in your heart if you like Trump, then you're a racist bastard. So, hey, why would they hang out with you anymore,
Yeah, something like that. They've got some kind of spin. I'm sure it's different for each one, but verbally, that's definitely what they're saying. Oh, he's not. I don't know. I don't think they really believe that. Maybe a few do that are just completely ignorant, but I think they know they're the bad guys. I think they know that they, I mean, all they'd have to do is watch one video of a bunch of liberals protesting, and they would know that they're on the wrong side of history. I mean,
yeah. Let's go to one Antifa rally.
Yeah, just one. Just one. Just watch it on YouTube and just see.
Yeah, just give it, 20, 30 minutes and see what goes down. It's like, oh, God, are we the baddies?
Exactly. Exactly, dude.
I'd like to see that puppet dude at an Antifa rally.
The puppet dude? Who's that?
Edgar?
Yeah.
Who?
Edgar.
Who's Edgar?
He's just a guy that runs around with a puppet and asks all sorts of questions.
Yeah.
And he stirs people up, but hey, what they're
that's
doing is stirring people up too, though.
Well, that's the perfect way to have some kind of anonymity, so to speak. Well, it's not me; it's the puppet. The puppet's asking the question.
Right.
Don't be that me. It's just the puppet, man. I'm the puppeteer. That's the
he can get pretty funny.
Did anybody just get ticked off at the puppet? I've seen it before, but did anybody ever just get ticked off at the puppet and slug the puppet instead of him?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They try to take the puppet away from him a lot of times.
Oh, that's hilarious. They would. The liberals would. They would actually, think of it as being real.
He makes a lot of fisting jokes and things like that.
Yeah.
A lot of what?
Fisting, I'm pro gay rights because I'm getting fisted right now.
Yeah.
Oh my. Wow. Yeah, I don't think that would go over too well.
No, and you know, he
I
can,
mean, it's
he can, he's all right, but he can get pretty vulgar at times too, though. That's when he starts doing that. That's when
But
I kind of turn him off.
you don't take it that bad though, because it is a puppet. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. You know what I mean? It's just, it's not like it's meant to be funny, obviously.
Yeah.
Not meant to be vulgar,
Yeah.
you know, over the line. But you know, but he pushes it. That's for sure. Which I appreciate. You know. I want to see him knocking up on those censors and getting the censorship team in a room and say, yeah, it's not quite there yet. Let's keep an eye on it, though.
I haven't heard much about him. I just remember seeing him a while back, you know, and I do recall him being fairly obnoxious. Like I said, I recall, but I do now remember though. That was like a few years ago when he was sort of making the scenes. You know, I don't think he is anymore that I know of, because
Yeah, he's
something's
still
out
out there. Yeah,
Is he?
he's still out there. Great Conspiracy runs him a lot when he streams. For restreaming. Yep.
Well, his goal might just be to make him mad. You know, that may be his goal. You know, I'm just going to go in and anger him. That may be his end game.
Yeah, you know, he's a pretty good channel. This guy's pretty good. I think he's trying to get content, you know, and that obviously entails getting people pissed off from time to time or whatever, riling them up, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably pales in comparison to what the left does. So, you know.
Absolutely.
But I was watching a video. I posted it today. It was pretty funny, of a bunch of liberal women doing some more weird ritualistic type stuff where they're shouting and, I don't know, almost not barking but at each other, but just I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, man. Like, I don't even know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing, but they're just acting weird. And I posted it on Truth Social, and people just freaked out. I guess Truth Social people don't post a lot of weird stuff, but I will post the weird stuff, and they're just like, "What is this? This is insane." I'm like, "Hey, this, you know, liberal women at their best. This is them at the peak."
Yeah.
No,
where you see,
you should see some of the stuff that Rizzo had put out in the past about liberal women. And how
they're not dealing.
how they'll go bananas, man. They just go nuts.
Well, they have those therapy sessions where they go out in the forest, or they get into some place out in the wilderness, and, you know, where there's I don't know, condos, and they do these weird exorcisms, you know, where they exorcise all their demons, mostly men, toxic men that, you know, hurt them. And they just shake and scream and shout, and it's
Speak
the
in
most
tongues.
No, it's not Christian. It's
No. But you know, if it's bleeped out, it's like speaking in tongues.
I've seen Christians talk in tongues, Barry.
Well, I'm saying
You get
I don't
the
know.
deep south.
I don't know of any like atheist groups that do that though, because these people are atheists. I don't think they I mean, they make some like inaudible sounds and weird stuff. You know, I've seen them shake and stuff, and like almost like, I mean, it looked like a couple of times they were like orgasming. It was really weird, man. You know, just like some guy was like holding her, and I was like, this is weird, man. And all the other,
That's possession taking over.
it could be. I don't know. It's just weird, dude. I mean, it's like, and I would imagine they leave the therapy seminar or whatever they call it like worse off because they're like more angry now.
Yeah. They've been told that they're right to be angry about everything, and everything they're worried about is correct, and it's not going to get any better.
Exactly. Because of toxic masculinity. We're the problem, you know, but
Yeah.
They don't say anything about all the women that are being caught. I mean, I see it on Breitbart like almost at least every couple of weeks I see where a woman sexually abused and had intercourse or, everything but intercourse with some 13-year-old boy. And so it's, or 10-year-old boy. It's like they're predators, man. A lot of those women are predators. And of course, they get a different kind of treatment. Although some of them have been going to jail for a good long time, because some of them. I think I saw one she had interactions with 30 different boys. One teacher, 30.
Oh,
I mean, that's like she's like, serious hoe.
yeah. God, that's like 30.
And a lot of these women that are teachers like that, they're married and have a family, and some of them are very attractive, physically attractive. And so, it's like, what are you doing, man? You're messing with boys, and you're a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in high school, there was always those rumors of the male teachers that were, looking down the girls' shirts and stuff, but I never heard of a woman doing it. But now it's like, yeah. I think women may do it more than the men.
I think that the women doing it have been going on a lot longer than, the guy thing. In relation to how long people have been teaching in schools. That might even go back all the way to Socrates and all those folks. But hey, I think a lot of weird stuff has been happening since the dawn of time.
Oh yeah.
You think?
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, since the dawn of time.
Yeah, those Greeks weren't known for their promiscuity at all.
No. Greeks?
No. Oh.
I lived in Greece for a year. Oh,
that must have been cool.
It was. It was really. It's a really nice country. When I was there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Things might have changed, but I really had to admire the Greeks. When they wanted to change oil in their car, they just took it right out to the driveway, let it run right onto the ground. Through they had a burn pile over on the corner of the house. Throw everything in there, tires included. Burn it. I love the Greeks.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think you speak what, English, Latin, and Greek, Mark?
I don't speak a lot of Greek. I speak more Spanish than Greek.
Okay.
I know enough to get me in trouble, and I know words that I should not say, and I know how to greet people, and when it's time for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And those are the most important things that you have to learn in a language. You gotta
ask where the bathroom is.
Yeah, and how much? No, how much is this going to cost?
Yep. Well, if you're American, it's going to cost you more, obviously.
Maybe.
They see suckers.
It just depends on who because that's how, it's not just the Italians that work that way, it's like the world works that way. It's who will make things better or worse for you.
I would be the same here if they came here. I mean, they'd probably...
It's no different anywhere you go, all right?
Yeah.
You just have to learn,
who to trust, which is kind of hard today.
Who to trust, and where to go. And I had a general ask me one time when I was in the Air Force, "Hey, how do you have 4 ceiling fans in your office?" And I said, "Well, I have good connections." And he goes, "I don't have 4 ceiling fans in my office." I'm like, "Sir, you just have to have good connections." Like, a general wouldn't have connections. You know what I'm saying? I want 4 ceiling fans. Because that bastard has 4, I want 6. He could have said that, and it would have been done that day.
It's because you got connections with the Southern Poverty Law Center.
This is back when I was in the Air Force. And my first sergeant looked at me and rolled his eyes. I can't believe you said that to him. I'm like, I'm not going to lie to him. He asked me, He said, "Do you want the truth?" I'll tell you the truth. I know these guys. I knew that there were 4 ceiling fans coming down from an office that were going to be just tossed. I'm like, they were good. I said, mount them up in my office. So that's what they did.
Stays cool year round.
Yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and switch out rooms, and we'll get this going. All right? See you on the other side, guys.
Sure.
And that was the pre-show for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show tonight. And coming up is the real radio portion of the show. Let's get the guys back up here and get them started. And you'll hear the show start with the countdown. Everybody in house?
I'm here.
All right.
Kiss Dahmer's a wanker.
Yeah, you love him. Come on, man. He's your idol.
Kiss Dahmer's a wanker.
You got a poster of him in your room. I know you do.
Kiss Dahmer's a wanker. Hundreds of thousands of people out there chanting that. Incredible.
Well, it's better than what the counter-protesters were doing at Tommy Robinson, saying that put a bullet in his neck like Charlie Kirk. That's what they were chanting. Can you believe that?
Well, I can believe it.
And it wasn't isolated like one person. This was like a group that were together. They were chanting, put a bullet in his neck like Charlie Kirk. Hang him, and as a matter of fact, it was hang him, put a bullet. I guess they want to hang him and put a bullet in his neck. I mean, these are vicious, vile, and violent
All right,
people.
guys, 30 seconds.
Kiss Dahmer's a wanker.
We can play that video. I have that video, so it's a real short one if we run out of time, just to show how violent.
Oh, that. Okay, yeah, cue it up.
Yeah.
We'll start with that.
Well, no, I don't have it ready now. We have the second out.
I'm starting with that story, so. Kiss Dahmer's a wanker.
All right, here you go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you guys are live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday, May 20, 2026. Summer is on us, baby. It is on us. Barry, are you psyched? You got your grills going? You got everything ready?
Today it was like 60s, and we were in another complete gray out. It's been that way for like 2 or 3 days straight. We haven't seen any blue skies or any sunshine. We'll probably be under Bill Gates' global dimming for most of the summer. Oh, I'd say all the summer, pretty much. We'll have a day or two a week where, they bless us with the blue skies and the sun.
Yeah, and they got this new tick, apparently, that Bill Gates is, I don't know, potentially aligned with. He did some research in these areas and then bought stock in when it was, what's that company with the Beyond Burgers or whatever? Big investor in that. Now they got this tick that if it bites you, you can become allergic to meat.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan was talking about this the other day, and apparently one of his good friends got it, got bit by it. Boom, guy can't eat meat. Watching this other video of this guy, you know, on like TikTok or whatever. He's like, look at my face, man. I had a cheeseburger yesterday. You know, break out like this now.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. Would we put it past them to intentionally create a genetically modified tick that can bite you, infect you, and make you allergic to meat and dairy products? Would we put it past them? You know?
No, especially when they said, some of these globalists have said, and we can play that video as well, where they said we can genetically engineer humans so that they don't eat red meat, because, you know, they think this is a crime that we eat red meat, right? Because it's, you know, cows fart, and goodness gracious, man, they have a carbon footprint. Methane goes up into the air, and we can't have that, man. That's just, you know, it's going to be the end of the world if they fart. So they literally talk about this, and we can play that video. I mean, these are like from TED Talks and these globalist meetings, the very people that control everything. They controlled all of the shamdemic. You know, the World Health Organization, the United Nations, the WEF, all of these globalist entities in tandem, they basically coordinated the whole shamdemic on a global level. Even America was subservient to the global lordship during the shamdemic. I mean, this is pretty well recorded.
Yeah, he was saying how, you know, 6%, cows are, Bill Gates was saying cows are 6% of the methane gas that gets released every year. You know, how easy that would be to get rid of by just everyone being a vegetarian. But I want to ask you, you know, it's a slippery slope. Do we then go to the Serengeti and kill any, you know, herbivore that lives out there, every elephant, every rhino, every hippo, every zebra, you know, all of them? Just kill them all because they're farting as well? Or is it just U.S. farm animals that we consume? You know you see what I'm getting at here, Barry? Is it that slippery slope where it's never enough and suddenly we've got to kill every animal on the Serengeti because they all fart? Mm-hmm. Where does it end?
Well, I mean, they don't like anything natural, and farting's about as natural as you can get. I mean, humans do it, dogs do it, cats do it, cows do it. I mean, a lot of species do it, and it's actually quite natural. But as I've said before, and I'll reiterate again, these globalists are psychopaths, lunatics. They don't like anything organic or natural. They want to do away with it. They actually want to re-engineer cows so that they don't fart. Or sort of a short end solution would be, you know, put a bag, and they're actually doing that, putting a bag on their butt and collecting the methane and then burying the methane. I mean, it's complete and total lunacy, and I don't think anybody with a intellect should take any of that seriously. But they know that the dumbed down masses are actually buying into it, especially of the liberal persuasion, because they're kind of, a lot of them are low IQ.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard stories about the West when there were buffalo herds as far as the eye could see, right? Buffaloes for an entire, you know, 3-4 days, they would march past you. Massive herds. And of course, the white man killed them all off. Wasn't that like a giant success for global warming, that we killed off all the buffalo? What if all those buffalo were still running around the West and they outnumber cows 2-1? Would he be saying, hey, we got to kill all the buffalo? I don't know. I can't get back to this. Like, it's an animal. It's a life. It deserves to live. And, you know, yeah, we're going to eat it one day, but in the meantime, it gets a decent life.
These people do not care about humanity. Same thing with the technocrats. I mean, you've got a lot of people warning the technocrats, experts in this kind of thing, and in the study of psychology and history and so forth. But I mean, the end game of AI and robots very well could be the end of humanity. And I think this is something that everybody understands where it's transpiring to, where this AI revolution is moving to. I mean, there's a lot of like academia and academics being discussed about this, because it's a very serious, because they're moving forward so fast and they don't know what they're messing with. They don't even, because they admit time and time again, they go, hey, you know, we are programming it, but you know, it's kind of doing some things on its own. And once it starts programming itself and they're communicating with each other, the different AIs are communicating with each other. I mean, where does that go? because then we're out of the equation at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We were talking Sunday night about the AI models that were let loose in this room. They made a sandbox for them, like a Minecraft. Think of it like a Minecraft, server. And they sent them loose, all these different agents from different companies, and watched what happened. And in most of them, it sort of like just all hell broke loose. The Grok ones, I think all 10 were dead in 4 days.
Yeah.
They're making up laws, breaking the laws, doing all kinds of stuff, just complete willy-nilly. And that's, folks, the future. If you're going to let AI run all these companies, I'm seeing again another 18,000 people laid off in the last couple of days to be replaced with AI. I think that was a big story today regarding Meta. Getting rid of 18,000 people, and he announced to them a little while back that AI was going to be watching your work and just seeing what you do all day and how you handle things on your computer, how you use your computer, so they could model off it. So you're basically, over the last couple of months, you've been training your AI robot to replace you.
Yeah.
But everything's fine. It's fine.
That's exactly right. That's what's happening. And they're using people in order to give jobs to, these non-living things. And, one of the things they're saying among the technocrats is they're saying, and even outside of that, they're saying that what's going to happen is we're going to have a new species. They're literally calling it a species. I think that's a little far-fetched and quite a stretch of the imagination. It's not a species. It's not living. It is copying. It's a facsimile of us, just, more knowledge, more information, and that kind of thing. But it's not a species. I mean, and that's sort of programming. Yes, programming us to get used to. Okay, let's go back even to the early robot movies. What was that one? I think it was, there was Short Circuit, then there was some other robot one. And I remember watching this maybe 15 years ago. And you guys will probably know the film that I'm talking about, where the robot said to the humans, it said, "I am sentient. I am real. I am alive." That was the main, and that is so much propaganda right there. So, it was kind of this cute little thing that they all got to like, and I could get that. You got a cute little AI robot, but at the end of the day, it's not real. You would never love it like you love a real dog. But that's what they're programming people to do, is to fall in love with this thing. And that's why you have women actually dating and marrying AI already. That's why you had that stupid movie with Joaquin Phoenix called She, where he dated the AI, right? And then and like that was programming as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's shocking to see that stuff happen, that people are actually getting married to AI avatars, You got to be kidding me, folks. You got to be kidding me. But, remember when pet rocks were a thing? I think people were marrying their pet rocks back then, Society's got weirdos in it, for sure. And they always make headlines, and we love to make fun of them.
There's just more weirdos now than before. You got to admit that much, at least.
Yeah, I think, and they, back then would have said, hey, the weirdos are a lot more now than they were back in the 50s. You got to, well, yeah, they put them on, asylums back then.
Yeah, well, they were out of the way. They were, tucked away nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, you crap your pants on, on the sidewalk and sit there in them all day for a couple of days, and they're going to pick you up and say, okay, guess what? We've got a little room for you upstate. You're going to like it up there. You can finger paint every day. Today, they just, there's no help.
They mobilize and they organize, and then they become this giant tribe. That's what happens, and that's why they're so scary and so powerful. It's not just like a random person. They go, oh, we got another crazy one. Come join our crazy group, and you can be a part of it. Maybe if you're crazy enough, you can be one of the leaders.
Maybe you can even run for office one day, dare I say.
That's what it feels like, dude. I'm just being completely honest, man. I mean, anybody that's just taking a real look at reality. I mean, I know a lot of people just sort of want to bury their head in the sand and just try to go on with life, but eventually it catches up with you. The crazy does. So you might as well acknowledge it, that it's real. Be aware of it. Try not to get pulled into it. And we should probably try to find healthy ways to push back against it.
Hey, when are you going to talk about Keir Starmer's a wanker?
Keir Starmer!
Yuck. You want the chant? Yeah, do the chant. All right, ready? Keir Starmer's a wanker. Oh, we had you on last week, and we predicted it would be a huge event, Barry. Welcome back. Following Wednesday, it turned out huge. Unite the Kingdom in England was a massive, massive success by any measure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I can't find much criticism of it that is genuine. It's all just a bunch of hatred. They're haters hating people, and they hate people, and it's all hate. But I'll tell you, man, you had hundreds of thousands of people out there chanting, Keir Starmer's a wanker, all in unison, carrying flags. Did you see the aerial photos of that thing?
Oh, yeah. It was wonderful, man. And, of course, the mainstream tried to make it like it's a small crowd of roughly 8 to 10,000 people.
It went back a mile through the heart of London, like literally a mile, as far back as it could before it hit the river. You know what I mean? This thing was huge, and it was peaceful. It wasn't anything Keir Starmer said it would be. There were some controversial moments. Some 4 French women came out in hijabs and then took them off and gave a whole speech about how they'd never want to wear that and will never wear it, and they'll die before they wear the hijab, basically. Yada yada yada. A lot of stuff out there that you can tend to agree with. Yeah, France should be a French Christian country. It should not be an Islamic IRGC extension with Hamas as their military. That's just going to be a nightmare. No. It should be French. I want to get a croissant. I don't want whatever the heck falafel.
Yeah.
So
or at least some fish and chips.
Yeah. Well, it's France. I mean, the crepe. Say you love the crepe, or I'll break your arm. What, crepes, like them thin little pancakes? I like them. I do like them.
Give me
Ricky Booby.
Isn't quiche? Isn't that France, or is that somewhere else?
Quiche is French, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good stuff.
I like quiche.
I've had some phenomenal quiches.
I've had some bodacious quiche before, man.
Absolutely.
Remember when they used to have brunches back in the day? Of course, they don't do that very much anymore. But, some of these places would have brunches, and they'd always have, like, omelets and quiche. It was, like, the best bacon, you name it, man. It was always so good.
Yeah. All you can eat.
All you can eat, dude. You don't have too many of those anymore. CC's is all you can eat. But you really don't want to eat too much of CC's. You know what I mean? It's just not that quality.
When I was in high school, I worked at a really good restaurant for a while, like a really good one. And we would do Sunday brunch, and I would work it quite often. And, the best part was afterwards, like, they just gave us an hour to eat all we could. Whatever's left, just have it, like, finish it, So,
yeah.
it was deluxe, lox, everything.
Yeah, there's that generosity, man. I want that to return to America, man. I want the buffet to return as well.
Yeah, well, they've got them.
But not like they used to. Remember, there used to be Libby's and Old Country Buffet and Furr's Cafeteria. I mean, we had a bunch of cafeterias here in Oklahoma. And I think, I don't know of any now. I used to go to Furr's. It closed maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. And I was so disappointed when it closed because it was like the only place that was a buffet like that was left in the entire city of Tulsa, at least that I knew of. And I love that place, man. But they eventually, right before they closed, used to be able to get steaks. And then they started saying, no, we don't do steaks anymore. And I was like,
I drove by a Pizza Hut about a week or two ago, and they had a sign outside for an all-you-can-eat buffet for like $10. I was like, what? Really? I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, Pizza Hut does that. Mazio still does it. And some of them do it like maybe once or twice a week, or they do a daily one, and then they have an evening one on Tuesday nights or Saturday nights as well. But it's not as frequent as it used to be, the buffet. I mean, even there's not even hardly any Chinese buffets anymore where I live. There's a few, but it's expensive, man. Like the one that I go to, it's $20 minimum. That's if you get water, and that's without the tip.
Yeah, and tax and all that other stuff. But,
yeah.
It's funny. The more we talk about this, the more I realize how completely off topic we are. So, yeah, it looks like our boy Keir Starmer, who's Keir Starmer, and he's definitely not a wanker. Looks like he's out.
Here.
he's going to be out of there, man. He's going to be leaving. We're hearing it from his inner circle. They said it won't be like immediate, but it'll be soon. It's coming, which means he's probably going to delay it as long as he possibly can. But right now, the guy is disgraced. He's done. He had a few 100,000 people marching through the streets chanting that he's a wanker over and over and over for 4 hours. He lost his last election in the biggest political landslide I've ever seen from any country for as far as, an established party, one of a two-tier, two-party system where it just got destroyed, completely destroyed. They lost, 1,000 seats, 1,200 seats for it. It's some crazy number. They're done, man. Labour in the UK has no reputation left. It's got nothing to stand on. And it's just a matter of time before the same thing starts happening in Canada. And, in Australia, I'm seeing wind of that actually already occurring in Australia. So keep an eye out for that kind of stuff, folks. It's going to be expanding. The AfD in Germany is now the most popular party there. They're up in the high, to mid 30s. And there also a report just came out that is saying how they are the absolute targets of the most violence of any party anywhere in Germany. Like, it's not even close. Mm-hmm. It's like 40% against them and 10% is against the liberal parties in the state. It's not even close. All kinds of different horrific stories that keep coming out of there week after week after week. This guy's assaulted at a campaign rally. This person ran off the road. This person was shot. This death threats. On and on and on. AfD is just an alternative for Deutschland, for Germany. To say, hey, man, we don't have to do what they're doing here. We could do what Poland's doing. All we want to do is what Poland is doing. Right next to our neighbors. Go look at them. Go walk through Polish towns. Take a weekend. Go up there and spend a weekend in a couple different, towns in Poland and walk around at night and you will be safe. It's secure. You won't have one worry in the world. Then come back to Germany and start walking around your cities and see what they look like. See how fearful you are when you just travel one block off the main drag, as a tourist would. And you find out it's just not even close. So there's all kinds of stuff happening out there, folks. There's hope. There's hope. There's hope. And if Keir Starmer, the wanker, can step down here sooner than later, then more power to him. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, don't ever underestimate the globalist wankers, as you say, because until the power pendulum shifts away from them, just get rid of Keir Starmer and put in someone worse, sort of like we saw with Boris Johnson. They just get rid of him and people go, oh, well, we got rid of him. It's going to be better. No, it's only going to get worse because that's how they do. They actually replace the person that everybody hates that they can't stand. Then they bring in someone actually 10 times worse than him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I guarantee it. I mean, in the article I was just looking at here about Keir, they talk about the two people that are going to replace him, and they both sound far worse, far worse. So there's no relief. I'm not saying this is going to be good for England. I'm just saying it's good that another one of them has to fall down in disgrace. Nobody can seem to manage running England lately because they all insist on doing the worst possible things. And then you and I were talking last week about that laundry list of things the king said. King Chucky said he was going to implement. And it was a 20-minute speech of him just saying, yes, our board of directors will next do this, and the parliament will do this, and the House of Lords, we're going to do this. And it's just on and on and on. All the things they want to do. And he's the king. Nobody elected this guy. Who is he? He's the king. He's supposed to sit back and get wasted all afternoon on beefeater gin and, keep his mouth shut. Try not to tweet too much.
Yeah. Well, it's their will, not the will of the people, because he's a king after all, Our ministers will usher in the digital ID. We'll track and trace and surveil everyone and tell people how they need to interact with each other. I mean, these people, and they are psychotic beyond anything you could imagine. I don't know how they have a platform. I don't know. I mean, I hear people tell me all the time, this tells you how off people are. You know, they actually think, oh, I think King Charles is and the kingship in Europe is just a wonderful thing. And they tune in every year for the little parades that they do for the king. And I mean, it's just like idol worship and insanity and madness. And they ride around in their little gold carriage that's probably worth more than, you know, an entire neighborhood in my city. But, you know, why? That's the question. Why? And the media, you know, always pumps up the UK and the kingship and the queen, and we're expected to marvel at them. And that's why I talk to him, because I think it's ridiculous, dude. I think that, you know, he's so full of himself. Like I said last week, man, he is so full of himself. I mean, they are drunk on their own power, man.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that farts into a wine glass and actually like sniffs it over the next 5 minutes. You know, takes it in.
He might. But I would imagine his carbon footprint wouldn't be that.
Yeah, now see, there's this royalty thing. Like, okay, I guess you can have a king, fine, I get it. But like, you know, limit it. The guy doesn't have to be all that pompous and everything, and he comes out and does, you know. But like, you don't have to give him I think he's the largest landowner in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's shocking how much, you know, land the royal family in England owns around the world. I mean, half of Canada, you know, big chunks of Australia, on and on. And they don't need it. It shouldn't be in that position. If you want to have like a royal fund or something in England, great, but like, don't put people in power into those positions. They can sit there and look pretty on the throne and, you know, pretend like he's actually has some power or something. But no, he can't have any power. That's the way I would do it. I mean, zero power. None of the wealth. You don't really have the wealth. You can kind of live off it and ride off it. And yeah, if you want to go out to eat, fine. But let's keep it to a minimum, right? You don't need 20 Rolls Royces.
It's a bloodline thing. You know what I mean? And I think it was King Charles's father that said, I forget his name, but he died a few years back. And he said that if he came back, he'd like to come back as an Ebola virus to reduce the population. So these are monsters, and they don't hide it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times they just come straight out. I mean, maybe they just think we're all going to bow down and worship them because they're illuminated, special, you know, and they're kings and they're peasants.
A lot of people do. A lot of people, a scary number of people on this planet do. They worship them just because they're the king. And that's, you know, what do they call them? The royal files or something, the people that really follow this stuff. And it all culminated with Princess Diana. But, you know, yeah, there's people that really eat it up. And I just, I wish them all the best, man. You know, the king should have no power. Just sit there on your throne and look pretty. And that's all you got to do. Anyway, let's go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
Great job, guys. Great job.
All right.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
See, we can go on. We can do side trails, and if we had 3 stories, we could do a 3-hour show.
Yeah, I don't know if we've covered like more than 1 or 2 stories yet.
Yeah.
Or at least of the articles I have up, I don't know if we hit 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
About Keir Starmer leaving office.
Keir Starmer! He's a wonderful man. You know, he's a man of integrity, a man of nobility, a man of true character and leadership.
Oh, John, I sent you some stuff in Discord. I don't know if you got those or seen those yet. Take a look at
the
those.
GIFs, the AI pictures you made.
Yeah, for the I was planning on using some of those for intros, if that'd be fine with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I worked hard to try to get the eyes right, Because I know the eyes are very special to you. You know.
Well, the original one I made was very special to me. All
Yeah.
of these other ones are just AI slop.
I just wanted to get something more in motion for you when we take and do like intros and that for the edited portion of the shows. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And make it look a
Go for
little
it.
tighter. I did that for Nancy. Hers came out really, really good. She was real pleased with it. So
Okay. Cool.
I'll work on that probably next week. All right.
All right. Sounds good, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But I didn't want to do anything until, I talked to you to see what you thought. If it looked okay to go along. No, the first portion will still be what you gave me originally. Okay.
Yeah, the original one's the
Yeah.
best. The
Yeah,
one from
and
Trey
and,
Hobo.
and then it'll
That's like,
slide into the other, and then what I plan to do is have it go right back to that before, for the intro on the edited portion of the that I put up for archiving.
okay.
Okay, and that will only be, you only hear and see that when you take and do the when the disclaimer is being played.
Copy that.
Yeah. We got about a minute, and then we'll come back. Yeah. All this humidity here and the air around me is a little heavy tonight. I don't know. It'll clear and clean up probably pretty soon when it blows through.
What, the weather outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been getting rain off and on here last few days. It'll go down into into the like upper 60s at night, and then go all the way up into mid 80s to 90s during the day. 30 seconds, guys.
Copy, roger that. Copy.
Yep.
Check 1, 2.
And before I put that up too, I will also send that to you so that you can check it
Okay.
out. All right.
Sure.
Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Tonight, we're featuring Barry Bullhorn on the mic. What's going on, Barry?
Not much, man. Just hanging out with you, of course. What else would I do on a Wednesday?
Yeah, well, you're featured this Wednesday. That's pretty cool.
I'm featured? Okay.
Yeah. Didn't I tell you about that before the show?
No. But hey, let's do it.
All right.
I seen it in the memo. It's all good.
Yeah, you weren't there at the weekly meeting. Anyway, we got a couple big surprises last night out of some primary races that were going on across the country. One of them was in Kentucky. Trump endorsed Ed Gillerain, and that's against Thomas Massey. And he won. So the Trump endorsement took the win in Kentucky, as well as a few other places. But this is an interesting one because the dude put out a old endorsement of Trump from many years ago yesterday, the day of the election. He put it out, making it seem as though Trump had endorsed him. But he hadn't. He endorsed the other guy. And so he knowingly put out very, very false information to try to deceive voters into voting for him.
Who
What do you
did?
think of that?
Who did?
Thomas Massey. He's a sitting congressman for that district.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to deceive everybody. I think maybe he was trying to make the point that Trump had supported him in the past. But I don't like this other guy, Ed. He's pro-draft. He's pro-war. He's a war hawk. He sounds like a neocon to me. He scares the crap out of him. He doesn't even want to go through the proper protocol of he wants to draft immediately, but he doesn't want to have to go through the proper protocol because we need to do it now because it may be too late otherwise. In other words, he sees nothing but war in the near future. And he just sounds like another Bush neocon. I don't like the guy at all. I think Trump made a mistake. I'd rather see Massey in there. At least he fought for the Epstein files. And then I saw Trump saying he voted all these different ways, and I've yet to see that that's true. In fact, I've seen to the contrary of that. Now, sometimes he probably does vote, his conscience against Trump on a few things, but the things that Trump was saying, like he was against. He was like for transgenderism. That's a flat out lie. I mean, I don't know what Trump's doing here, but Massey's a much better guy than this neocon dude. He scares the crap out of me, dude. He's going to be another Dan Crenshaw. Mark my words.
Interesting take on that. I don't know much about this new guy, so and I know Gillibrand. You fight back against Trump, and guess what? Right? He's going to push back. And he's going to push back hard. And so that's, been a big thing for him through the years that you're either with him or you're dead to him. You know what I mean? And so this is kind of, I guess, one of those scenarios, right? I wonder what actually triggered this.
I mean, it's a good question. I don't like the idea that Trump makes it about himself. And, he didn't support me, he said. He didn't say anything about MAGA or we the people. He made it about himself, and I don't like that, man. I would vote for Trump a third time if he ran. I voted for him 3 times, okay? I like Trump. I'm just saying, I think he's off on this, man. He's not MAGA. We're MAGA, and he's supposed to be representing that. Now, how you cut that and how you slice that, obviously that seems to be split. You know what I'm saying? Within the MAGA movement, one side says we're the real MAGA, the other side says we're the real MAGA. And then I don't even know where I fit in then because I'm all over the place because I'm not following any tribe. I'm just following my conscience.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, good for you, Barry. That's the way to go. On a similar topic, I guess, we've got all this redistricting that's happening all across the country, and it's really fascinating to see how this plays out. The Democrats started this fight, and they're losing it horribly across the board. Different courts, state Supreme Courts, the U.S. Supreme Court, like every time, every ruling, it seems, comes down against the racial districting and all the different things that they're trying to get away with. In Virginia, they put something on the ballot that was highly illegal. It was against the Constitution. It was never going to fly. And the people voted for it, great, but what they voted for, it's like saying, I don't know, let's put slavery back on the ballot and it wins 51-49. Suddenly slavery is legal again. And then the Supreme Court says, no, you can't do that, right? You can't do that. It's like that. You put something on the ballot that's illegal and it's going to get shot down. And so that's kind of the point. Now, I was talking to Brent about this a couple weeks ago, and we said, hey, let's wait and see how this plays out. But these districts are being redrawn now. They're all taking it as if this, if they run with the old districts, the count will be illegal, and whatever, happens on election day won't matter. So we've got to redistrict now to get everything in place before the election so that we'll have a legal election that won't get overturned in court. And if you think about that, man, it's incredible, Barry. Just incredible.
Yeah.
To see, this could change, give Republicans a 10-house advantage or a 10-seat advantage in the House.
Yeah, I tend to think midterms belong to us. I mean, I don't know that for certain. I'm not like super confident in saying, and I'm not going to say mark my words, that's going to happen. But I think we have the upper hand. I don't tend to follow the black-pilled woke right too much. They just think it's the end of the world, man. I mean, today Alex Jones made a new claim that Trump was Palpatine. Darth Sidious, Sith Lord from Star Wars.
Palpatine.
Yeah. Join
Interesting.
the dark side of the force. But,
yeah.
I don't think Trump is Palpatine. And I certainly don't agree with his little sidekick or one sidekick, Owen Schroyer, who thinks that Trump is the worst president ever. I mean, the worst president ever. Really? I mean, after all he's done, he's the worst president ever. Maybe you don't like a couple of things or a few things or maybe even a lot of things, but you can't deny the good that he's done. And it's way surpasses Biden. I would argue Biden might be the worst president ever because he didn't do anything. He wasn't even president, I don't think. I don't think he was running anything. Do you?
No. He was sitting back. He got his briefings every day, and they kept him as busy as you can keep a man in that condition, which is to say, 2-3 hours a day. They let him look at some stuff, see what's going on. But he wasn't involved in the major decisions. The auto pen took care of all that. They didn't need him. So why would they bother to explain things to him that would take way past his bedtime to even get past the first, chapter of? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas Trump seems to never sleep, and he'll just sit on those files all night until he figures it all out. Biden, he just needs a nap. Okay, come back in about 6 hours, guys. We'll go through this again. After dinner. He's got about a half hour of lucidness to him, so we'll just use that time to explain to him the intricacies of this foreign affairs, situation in Haiti or wherever, So he had an auto pen. He had a cabinet that just did everything. They sat down one day while he was probably sound asleep in the in the Oval Office or their cabinet room or whatever. He's at the head of the desk, sound asleep, snoring away. And they just said, okay, guys, look, we got to do something here. We're not going to do the 25th. Let's just get the job done. Let's just do amongst ourselves what we need to do to get things accomplished in this country. And, Barack Obama will step in as the, sort of unofficial president, or Jill will, or whoever it was, Hunter Biden, who knows, but in the meantime, let's just do what we need to do. We don't really need to involve this old man in these decisions. And the auto pen proves it, man. Why wouldn't he sign any of this stuff on his own?
Well, I think you hit on something really important, though, man. And that may be exactly why he had that fake White House. Because that always baffled me. You know what I'm saying? But think about it. Because he didn't read the teleprompter very well either. Think about it. They had to prep him, make sure he was at his top just to read the teleprompter, because he didn't even know what he was saying when he was reading the teleprompter. I mean, he would say, end here, stop, say no more. And he'd repeat that. So he was just reading without any comprehension whatsoever. So they had that little White House, that fake White House, because then they could just flip on the lights, and whenever he's ready, they just, roll him in on the wheelchair and say, okay, go. You know what I'm saying? So
that was a weird thing. Like, something about a lot of those shots just looked odd in the first part of his term. And then all of a sudden people started pulling out the behind the scenes stuff and showing you what it shocked me. This is actually a set. This isn't the White House at all. They're just working on a set that looks like it. Why?
Oh, yeah. Well, and then the Q people took that to the next level and said, hey, look, man, he's not the president. Trump's the president.
Yeah.
So I thought at first it was just a psyop to make people think that the Q stuff was real. But now that I think about it, I think they just did it because he was just so incoherent most of the time. They're like, oh, he's actually at a speaking level. Let's turn on the lights and let's roll him into the fake White House and let him do his teleprompter thing.
Yeah, and it might have been down at Rehoboth Beach, built into his house somehow, or, whatever, so that he could be on vacation all the time and still look like he was actually at the office.
Who knows?
But it was very weird that they did that stuff. I remember covering that in detail at the time. Wow, have you guys seen this?
Yeah. I mean, every now and then I'll think about, that 4-year period, and it's an uncomfortable feeling that I get, just because it was disturbing on so many different levels.
And it's, what you were talking about in the past and it's Yuri Brezhnev, it's to destroy our morale, folks. It's to tear us down. It's designed. They know we know it's not true. They know it. And they put it out anyway because it's designed to make you just give up. To make you just say, screw it, I'm done. Whatever these monsters want to do, I'm just forget it. I won't post anything mean on the internet anymore. Fine, whatever. I'll just shut up. I've got 30 more years of life left. I'll just get through it, you know?
Oh man. And just think about how they hammered us with one thing after another. I mean, the fake White House, the demoralization, the shamdemic, the constant lockdowns that went on for a couple of years in a lot of the leftist cities, wearing masks and socially distancing and, I mean, arresting people if they disobeyed. The vaccines that were causing so many different problems. At least that's what I believe, and most people believe now at this phase. All of the lawfare, all of the censorship. I mean, this is what demoralization is. It's attack. It's like a swarm of killer wasps coming at you, and all you want to do when that happens is just run and hide. But they didn't expect a good percentage of us to be so bold, to be so strong, and to fight back and to resist. And that's why we're at where we are now. It's because we said, no, you're not taking us down. We're Americans. We're patriots, man. And we're not going to go down that easy. We're not like these other countries that just bow and kneel before the reptilian overlords.
No, we are not. And I'll tell you, they're out there saying how we, the Republican side of the party wants to tear down America, and it's the end of voter rights. It's the end of this. It's the end of that. It's just, the worst thing possible that we're going to do, that this side of the aisle is going to do. And the other side is beautiful and sweet and will never, ever do anything, mean to anybody, right? That's what they say. They claim to be that way. Let's listen to Hakeem Jeffries right here. I got a clip from him at the Ideas Conference, a Center for American Progress. This guy, if the House flips over to Democrats, he's the Speaker of the House. Okay, this is not nobody. This is the next Speaker of the House if the Democrats took power tomorrow. This is what he had to say.
I guess part of how we as House Democrats view this moment, either MAGA extremists are going to break the country or we're going to break them. And our goal is to break them. We will defeat them. We have to beat them electorally, and then we have to break their spirit because of the extremism that's being unleashed on the American people. That's completely and totally unacceptable.
Wow. There was a congresswoman and a lady running for it in Texas who said all Zionists need to be put in camps, close the ICE center and fill it with Zionists. She's running like Houston or something. Folks, this guy is the next Speaker of the House potentially. He's got to break your spirit, break you down, not only pummel you electorally, but also break you. Donald Trump doesn't talk like that.
I'm hearing he might be running for president, man. Like he might be their guy because Kamala's not working, Gavin's not working, and you want to talk about the idiocracy. I mean, if he were to somehow win, we would be living literally in that film, that comedic film, Idiocracy. I mean, it'd be such a mockery of everything America is if he were to somehow, even the Speaker of the House is bad enough, but imagine the presidency, this guy. Idiocracy, yeah. Dude, 110% and over.
Well, he would be a straight up dictator. I mean, he's saying he's going to be a dictator. He's going to break your spirit. How do you do that, sir? How do you plan to break my spirit, sir? I'm very curious. Put him up on the campaign trail and make him answer that. Of course, no debate. He's the one. He's calling for a full-on war, everywhere, all the time. War.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, he's as divisive as they come, is he not? I mean, he does. That's why even when Trump has ideas that would, float over to the Democrat side, they still reject it. You know what I'm saying? Because they literally have that much hatred for America and for Americans that they would literally want to see us tank, want to see us do bad. When Joe Biden was the president, I didn't want him to tank the country like he did. I was hoping he would do some good. I was hoping that he would actually be fair, but hey, that was wishful thinking.
It sure was, wasn't it?
For sure.
I thought he would, potentially, hey, he might not be that bad. I thought, obviously everything he stands for, it's garbage, right? But hey, maybe he won't get that much done. Well, and honestly, he didn't.
Well, he kept saying that, he's for everybody. I'm going to represent everybody. And then, 2 weeks later, he'd say, all the MAGA people are trash. I mean, this is like you said, part of the demoralization. They pretend like, oh, we really love all of you all. And then they bash you the next sentence. It's all a big game to these people. All a big game.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just not serious. We look at America in two such different ways. You know what I mean? They just have really one platform, and that is Donald Trump is Orange Man is Hitler. That is, I swear, find me anything else they're really campaigning on. Donald Trump is Hitler.
And what does Trump stand for, basically, overall? And MAGA and conservatives, it's mostly just American ideals. They want to do away with the American ideals, bring in their new sort of fascist, globalist, Marxist, communist, socialist worldview into reality. And that's what's so frightening. That's why when Vance runs, because I think Vance might even be more aggressive than Trump as far as restoring America. I don't know that, but that's just kind of a hunch that I might have. And if that's the case, they'll hate him more than Trump. Trump was just the turning point. You know what I mean? And now that the tide is turned, it's going to be, and only Trump probably could have done that. Only Trump probably could have faced that amount of sabotage. Now the road has been paved for a guy like J.D. Vance, who can then finish the job and restore America, restore American values, ideals, and freedom, and all the stuff that we love that is great about America.
Exactly. I mean, that's all we want, man. That's all the side of the aisle really wants, as far as I can tell, is just to make America great, make us a great, great nation, live up to our biggest potential, rise all boats, make everyone in this country wealthier and more successful, build more houses, build everything, build out, get bigger and better, and, be self-reliant so that we're not worried about, what side of the bed China wakes up on when it comes to, time to get our computer chips or whatever it is. That's all it is, man. And yet, the viciousness, the hatred towards that sort of a stance is kind of shocking, and then they come forward and say, well, we're socialists, we're democratic socialists like Mamdani and AOC, and even AOC is way too moderate to be a democratic socialist. She doesn't even, I think, really grasp how wildly violent and aggressive that organization really truly is. The Democratic Socialist Party is not joking around, folks. If they get control, watch out. They're going to tear it all down, I mean, Mamdani in his grocery store, you got, $70 million to build one grocery store in one borough, in Harlem. How many people is that going to feed? You got 5 boroughs, bro. What's somebody in Staten Island going to do about groceries? Go all the way up to Harlem? And then take them on the bus all the way back down, or the subway, or whatever it is? It's ridiculous. One grocery store that's going to be over budget by a factor of about 50 to 1, right? Because they had to build the whole building for some reason. They felt the necessary to build the whole building rather than just going into a food desert, which Manhattan has, New York has food deserts, finding a grocery store that is out of business and bringing it back up to run. Invest $1 million in it, get the top state of the art, refrigerators and all that, a really nice break room for the employees, pay them all 30, 40, 50 bucks an hour, whatever you feel, and run it. Actually give it time to run. You can't do that though, because it will fail. It will be so far into the red that it'll be a joke. You'll never be able to control the employees, right? On and on and on. There's going to be no discipline there to hold that thing down. It's going to be a train wreck. And so that's why they don't want to do it until 3 years from now, because he knows it'll be a disaster. So he's going to reinvent the wheel and try to build a brand new building from scratch all the way up. And it'll take years to design the thing and all the paperwork that goes with it. It's complete a joke. It's just a joke. Folks, these people want to tear down the country. They don't want you to have free food or cheap food or whatever. They'll say they do. And if they can get you free food, they'll do it, but trust me, it won't be good. And don't get dependent on it. Once you get dependent on it, it only starts getting worse and worse and worse. And then before you know it, you're in Russia where you wait in lines for the bread instead of bread waiting in lines for you. You know?
Right, right. Well, they like to dangle the carrot. You know what I'm saying? It's like Charles
Mhm.
Barkley said, we always get this speech right around election time, how they're going to do all these great things for the black community and all these other communities and so forth, but then they never do anything. They just dangle the carrot, make promises they can never keep, and everybody's sick of it. That's why we, have so many black voters voting conservative now and so forth. So the whole thing is changing. People are waking up. People know what's happening. People get it. We're awakening at levels we've never seen before. There's a great awakening upon us. It's just a matter of, are we going to step into the great awakening, or are we going to step into Klaus Schwab's great reset? I hope it's the first one.
Yeah. Well, and the black and Hispanic communities are perfect examples of that. They've seen firsthand how many different, community centers in Chicago were turned into migrant housing, right? Where suddenly you just don't have a place for your kid to go play anymore. And then guess what? Gang violence is up now a couple years later. Great, right? Because little Jimmy, who used to love going down to the rec center every day, and now he's got nothing to do, so he hangs out in the corner, and now he's selling drugs. It's a simple situation to fix, and Trump has done it, folks. We don't have that happening anymore. Not in America, at least. In the UK, you guys are still getting it. You're going to be getting it for a long time. Spain, good luck to you. France, Germany, good luck. Poland, hey man, you're rocking it. You're fine. Denmark, Sweden, they're reversing course as fast as they can. What they just outlawed the term Islamophobia, I think, in Sweden recently. They're saying it's not a real word.
Okay, yeah.
Like fear of Islam is something. It's not just some phobia. It's a real thing. When you say you're afraid of it, it's you're afraid of it for a reason, not just some phobia, like a fear of a spider, which is also genuinely to some degree a real fear.
I think they want a world where no one criticizes, because in their mind, the tyranny that they're going to usher in is a utopia. It's certainly going to be a utopia for them because they'll own and control everything and we'll own nothing. But, what can I say?
Yeah. Yeah, no, the big, the royal families and whatnot, the Soroses of the world, they have their plans and they have their views of the world and they have their ways that they want to see things work out. But folks, it's not for us. It's not for the average American out there. We don't want it. No, put it back. We're not going to become vegetarians overnight because Bill Gates is afraid of cow farts. Sorry. We love our meat, man. We love our barbecue. We love our steaks. We love it. We don't just like it. We love that stuff. A good juicy burger is about one of the greatest things on earth, right?
But make no bones about it. They don't want us eating real meat, and they're going to do their best to get that fake lab-grown meat in your supermarkets and in your grocery stores.
Mm-hmm.
Your restaurants. You're probably eating some at the restaurant if you're eating out a lot already. The chicken, the artificial chicken, you're probably eating it.
Yeah. Anyway, on that note, let's go to break. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right. Good first hour.
Yeah, good hour.
I gotta have a couple of questions for you, Mark, because
Me?
was watching back, the show the other day, and I'm trying to figure out what it is you're doing, okay? Because you're going to the keyboard and typing a lot. Are you interacting with people, interacting with us? What's going on there? I'm so curious.
I'm also checking to make sure that we maintain connection with all the platforms.
Okay. Well, are people making comments on things we're saying?
Yeah.
And then you jump in there and say something back, and because that's what it looked like.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, cool. All right. I was trying to figure it out.
Sometimes when I get some people that ask questions and that, I'll bring them to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is that happening quite a bit? Because I think if it is, that's a good thing. We definitely want people, asking questions and commenting, really. I think that's a healthy thing.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good. We got John Allen down in Australia. He's been with us over on Facebook and YouTube, and we get people in and out of Kick all night long. So, but Kick is more of a folks come in there more to see gaming and
Right.
things like that. So when we do get bigger numbers in there, it's that's a good thing.
Okay.
Yep. And even though I use Beam, not all of the chats will go into Beam. Like Rumble is one of them that doesn't cross over. Facebook doesn't cross over. And you can type in Beam, but if you type in Beam, folks over on the other platforms won't see it. So I can see it from there, but I'll have to bounce back over to that platform to respond to them directly.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. But it's still nice,
Yeah.
that we
No.
had that.
I can't imagine us not triggering people in both good ways and bad ways.
It depends, we are kind of an early crew that comes in, and as I go along, usually I get more build up before the night's over with. A lot of it has to do with, there's still people from in college and schools and that, and different time zones that don't catch us until later.
Come on up, Lou. Come on.
Yeah, I noticed one of our shows on YouTube, since we started posting on YouTube, that CS and I got about 35 times more than what we had been getting. So I was like, somebody was watching that particular show for some reason.
And Josh Who is back on YouTube, just to let you know. And we'll be right back with more Censorship Sucks. And I just let that one run out so that we can start the next one. So. Hey, John. Welcome back. Yeah, Barry's still over on the other one, I think, so.
The other one's gone.
Yeah, but he's still there. Yeah, I'm still trying to call him. He was red like he didn't hang up yet.
Yeah, I see him on YouTube right now. There you go.
Democrats are always trying to accuse Republicans.
What does the 15th Amendment say about discriminating based on race, and in particular drawing congressional lines? And it was President Lincoln, the first Republican. Beans are in a bottle?
The Democrats.
I want to ask you who we is. And in particular, quote, we had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we even...
Nobody can deny that that was going on. And as far as I'm concerned...
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Maxine.
This guy.
Democrats are always trying to accuse Republicans. Like, share, comment, subscribe.
Invested in our country and it may play.
Okay.
Yep, that's going to play good.
Good. That's when I queued up to the right spot. I watched that Phil Hendry documentary.
No, which
good.
one? Which one?
It's just Phil Hendry documentary, really.
What's it about?
You don't know Phil Hendry?
No, remember we started that talk with Doc.
Yeah, but I figured.
So Barry wasn't here
Barry
for
would
that.
know who he is. I know, but I figured Barry would know who he is.
Well, who is he?
He's a talk show host.
Oh, okay, is he like what? Comedian?
He can
what-
be.
what?
Yeah, depending on what he's doing at the time.
Yeah, he's definitely a comedian. I would 100% put him in comedy. He does voices and he interviews himself, and then he gets callers to call in and
Or
Yeah,
himself.
I know. Are you talking about the guy with the red hair?
Not really.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, I mean, maybe he has red hair, but it's more like
Or
brown.
Oscar or whatever.
Doesn't
I
have a
know.
lot of hair.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, that guy. I just didn't know his name. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not a real big Trump fan right now, though.
No, I don't think he ever has been.
He's kind of, I don't want to say he's joined the woke right, but he's kind of leaning towards that way. A lot of people are, believe it or not. I'm not too happy about it. I think that they're being way too premature on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got arrests coming, and I keep hearing from a lot of powerful people, you know, in the news and elsewhere, that there's sealed indictments and more indictments are coming. So, man, let's see what happens, dude. I mean, I think it's just getting started.
Yeah.
They're bailing right as it's getting started. At least give Trump a shot. Just because you don't like the war, you know what I'm saying, doesn't mean you dismiss everything else and go, oh, it's over. He's the worst ever. I hate that, dude. It's just, and maybe at some point in time, if things go completely sour, I'll join them. But it's going to take a lot more than where we're at now. I like Trump overall.
You drinking all your water, Blue? You good girl?
Not to mention, man, it would be awful depressing to be in that mindset, don't you think? I mean, especially since it is premature and essentially since they're not really basing it in reality and evidence. I mean, think about how dark of a place those people are at. Every day, you know, every day it's Alex Jones talking smack about Trump. Every day it's Owen Schroyer talking smack. Every day it's Nick Fuentes talking smack about Trump. When we've got globalists and all these evil people literally trying to take us over.
Yeah, but I mean, the people talking smack are just kind of Trump derangement syndrome. You know, it's a real disease.
It's woke right TDS, and that's exactly right. You're right. That's
30 seconds, guys.
I don't get it, man, because they're hurting us. I mean, they're basically enabling the Democrats, I think. And a lot of them are going on the Democrat shows and the Democrat podcasts to join in the Trump bashing. They're going on The View. They're going. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
It's a disease, man. Once it gets in there, it's so. How do you call it? In other words, once you start talking like that, then everyone around you will invite you onto the View and be like, "Yeah, you're right."
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for May 2026. And boy, we got all kinds of stuff going on. There was an interaction between Miss Hirono, the Democrat congresswoman from Hawaii, and Ted Cruz. I'd like to play a little bit of this. It's kind of long, but I'd like to play some of it because I think it really identifies and hits the nail on the head some of the things we were talking about in the first hour as far as why are people freaking out right now. They're freaking out on the left. They think it's Jim Crow era 2.0 and, you know, just evil Hitler is about to come down on them from on high and put them all in concentration camps. So let's play a little bit of this. This is from C-SPAN.
In many places, people would argue that it still does. And so we had all kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. We had poll taxes. We had literacy tests. We had, I think they, some places even required them to count how many jelly beans were in a jar. All kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. This happened. I don't think anybody can deny that that was going on. And as far as I'm concerned, there is a pattern now of voter suppression going on in our country right now.
Just a moment ago, our colleague Senator Hirono said there's a lot more to say, and indeed she's right. And in fact, I want to go back to her comments. She began by saying we have a long history of racial discrimination in this country. That's undoubtedly correct. And then she said, quote, we had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we even had tests of how many jelly beans are in a jar. Mr. Chamberlain, when Senator Hirono says we had poll taxes, I want to ask you who we is, and in particular, what party was it that implemented poll taxes in the South?
And I don't want to necessarily speak in every single case, but I'm pretty confident it was mostly the Democrats.
And what party was it that put literacy tests in place in the South?
Same answer, mostly the Democrats.
And what party was it that had tests like how many jelly beans are in a bottle?
The Democrats.
Tell me, what party were the founders of the Ku Klux Klan from?
I'm pretty sure that was the Democrats.
Indeed. In fact, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, was a delegate to the 1860 Democrat National Convention. What party wrote the Jim Crow laws in the South?
The Democrats.
And so on this side of the aisle were members of the Republican Party. Who was the first Republican president?
Abraham Lincoln.
The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era. Bull Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians. What party was he from?
He was a Democrat.
The Democrats, for the entire history of their party, have been a party based on racial discrimination. They affirmatively embrace it. They support it. Let me ask you, Mr. Grime, is discriminating based on race consistent with the United States Constitution?
No.
What does the 14th Amendment say about discrimination based on race?
It's prohibited.
What does the 15th Amendment say about discriminating based on race, and in particular drawing congressional lines and explicitly discriminating based on race?
It's prohibited.
Now, the Democrats are fond of telling this story.
Leave it there. Well, actually, let's go on. He's going to talk about how the parties flip sides. Everybody switched sides, right? And, well, yeah, the Democrats did all those horrible things, but then they had an eye-opening, awakening moment, and everybody on both parties, the Republicans and Democrats, they all switched overnight. And suddenly, what happened was the Democratic Party figured out that they could control the black vote forever. And so they took the steps to do it. They initiated incentives to break up families. You know, we saw black families during the Bull Connor days, have 80, 90% of their children in wedlock. Today, it's the exact opposite. It's like 10%, 15%. They embraced this idea of discriminating by race because they saw that they could take advantage of a minority group in this country. Everyone didn't just switch parties. The Democrats just switched strategies. The Republicans have steadfast been for equal rights for all people, all the way from Lincoln in the founding up to today, where again, we talk about congressional districts that are being mapped out by race, which is illegal. It's against, as he said, the 15th Amendment. Courts are seeing this and saying, yes, obviously they're voting 9-0 in favor of these, laws. But yet the left is freaking out, calling it the new Bull Connor era, which is one of their guys, the new age of, Jim Crow laws that they put into place. When really they're just seeing their power strip away. I don't know, Barry, what do you think?
I think you know what I think. I think that the Democrats have always been ugly. You know what I'm saying? Just ugly on the inside and ugly in their thinking. And, I did a piece on Charlemagne the God the other day. I hate even saying the God because it's like blasphemous, because I think it's actually capitalized too. So I guess he's considering himself to be like, like God the Creator, perhaps, because it's not like Charlemagne the God, little G-O-D. It's capital G-O-D, which, that's how I would interpret that anyway. But he's a well-known racist black supremacist. He's part of the 5% Nation. Now, he's not an actual member, but he studied it, and he is in line with their mission, and they are a black supremacist group. They believe that blacks were the first race on the planet and that they are superior. And of course, that makes you a racist when you think that your race is superior over another race. And I'm against all forms of racism. I'm against white supremacy. I'm against black supremacy. But these are the very people that are, talking about white supremacy, spreading the lie of white supremacy, right? And so they're projecting, they're gaslighting. This is a guy that obviously thinks he's better than white people, Charlemagne the God. And this is all confirmed. You can go look this stuff up yourself. He got the name Charlemagne the God from studying the 5% Nation. And he is in alignment with their mission. And to my knowledge, and according to AI's knowledge, he has never renounced that. So he's still, and he's keeping the name and the same framework. So he's clearly a racist black supremacist. And I condemn that, just like I condemn any racist white supremacist. I don't like any of it. And this is all, he's just basically a puppet and a tool of the Democrats and the globalists who are just trying to pit us all against each other. So when you see him interviewing somebody from the other side and it seems like it's going somewhat well, it's really not. It's not going as well. He doesn't like them. It's just frustrating, man, because we need to really get past that and just agree to disagree. Stop labeling people names, all the isms and the phobes, because it doesn't help any. All it does is diminish. It diminishes those words to where they mean absolutely nothing, so that when somebody says racism, they just ignore it altogether when it could be an actual real racist thing.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? The word has no meaning anymore, If you hear somebody's racist, you're like, all right, well, gosh, what does that even mean? Do I really have to go listen to this guy now to actually see if he's racist or not? Like who decides? It's ridiculous. There's just no meaning to words. And if you don't have meaning to your words, what are they? If a Nazi isn't a Nazi and it's just anybody who votes for the other politician, then that doesn't mean anything. And I don't know how they don't see this, how they don't respect language more so than they do. But I'm hearing there's you'd be shocked what they're doing to the English language in some parts of Canada nowadays. There's a Toronto version of English that's like amalgamation of 4 different languages with Arabic, other Middle Eastern and North African languages sprinkled in. And it's sort of the street jibe that if you get it, you get it, you're part of the team. And if you don't, then you're just immediately sort of looked over. You know what I mean? Like you're square. You're not. And it's just, yet another way. And I guess this is no different than like when Jive came out, right? During like Airplane, they made that joke about Jive talking, But it's more, it's more barbaric. It's more tribal. It's just an amalgamation of different languages that would really you don't want to see that in a country you've lived in your whole life. All of a sudden you can't understand, what the kids on the corner are saying, and they, look kind of scary anyway, and you have no clue what they're saying because they've got their own language. Like, what kind of world is this? We've got to bring people together, not push them apart like that. I don't know how I even got on that.
There's just so much social engineering going on in so many different ways, and people are being programmed to think a certain way, to even act a certain way. You have a lot of people in the black music industry that have come forward and said that, they'll be rewarded more and paid more if they talk about, I don't know if I can use these words, so I won't use the words, but, calling women certain names, talking about violence, maybe killing and shooting police, and demoralizing and demeaning towards women. You know how, like what happened when Jay-Z performed for Hillary, all that just degrading lyrics that he was doing, and they're supposed to be the opposite of that, and yet here he is up there, literally spouting those offensive lyrics, and they like he gets a free pass to do it. No conservative artist would dare go there. Not even close, not even remotely. So there's all this social engineering going on. And the black community is one of the most highly targeted communities. They were targeted for abortion early on with Planned Parenthood. They looked at black people as inferior. Like he was saying, the Democrats, these are Democrat people, not conservatives. We came and we were the ones that were appalled by all that. And we still are to this day. And that's why they project their weakness onto us. It's a Sal Alinsky thing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's why they gaslight. And just let me ask you a question. How many times have we debunked and exposed them to their face, and yet it doesn't register with them? I mean, maybe it does, but they just go right back into their projection and their gaslighting and their lies. So I don't even know that we can reach these people because they're in some sort of brainwashed state of mind that they're unreachable.
Yeah. Well, I think they're just unreachable from a perspective of, you pick up your phone and we're all creatures of habits and we go get our news from where we get our news. And, there's not a lot of intermixing that a lot of people get. I try to do my best to see both sides of the stories, but, I'm guilty of it. CNN isn't my first place I go to because I think it's garbage. I gave up reading a lot of different publications a long time ago because they just disappointed me. And I was like, this is a waste of time, So yeah, you get on your phone, you get into your bubble, you see what you see, you got your followers on TikTok, and you get, their feeds and what they're up to. And it's that echo chamber we always talk about, they're just never really, what I just played with Ted Cruz and Hirono, they will never see that, And at the end, she came back and gave him like a 30-second lecture about how she knows history and she doesn't need to be lectured on history from the likes of Ted Cruz, right? And that's the one that'll get the clips. That's the one that'll get cut out. That last 30 seconds of her saying that will get up there and it'll get all the traction and everyone will say, look, she owned Ted Cruz today. When in actuality, I didn't even play all of it. He destroyed everything about her argument.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. He destroyed her bogus argument. If anything, they're the ones trying to bring back Jim Crow. Remember, under the Biden administration, they were literally having at college universities, segregated orientations, segregated graduations. I mean, that's Jim Crow. They were bringing it back out. So again, it's projection, deflection, and gaslighting and lies.
It's incredible. In France, they're calling for female-only subway cars. Like they have in the Middle East.
Insane.
It's amazing that France has gotten to such a point that they're so afraid to have their own, to be able to intermingle with the men there, that the women are demanding their own subway cars so they're not getting groped. Right? How incredibly far as a society do you have to fall to get to that point and not recognize that there's a problem here and not say, hey, wait a minute, maybe, these people in Restore are actually, have something. They're not just lunatics like we always said. Like, this AFD party, have you really listened to them? They're making sense to me. I mean, I can't ride the subway anymore. You see subway, photos, a lot of women there, a vast majority of them, if you've got a t-shirt on or whatever, you will put a sweater on to go down into the subway. And it's not because it's cold. It's because it's sketchy down there. And if you walk around in your t-shirt and people can see, a little bit too much, you can get groped. That's an invitation for men to walk up to you and start grabbing you and harassing you. In France today.
If you want to know how evil these people are, just look at the resistance to sanity. Look at the sheer resistance towards sanity, common sense, practicality, things that are practical, that we know, that are tried and true, that work, and we avoid that. Look at the fact that when they do offer solutions, they're pseudo solutions, and they may fix one problem, but they set into course 6 new problems that are worse than the one problem. And that's intentional and by design as well. And they have to dumb the population down, a great deal in order to deceive us to that extent, which is really, why I tell people, man, you need to really be healthy if at all possible. Exercise, eat healthy, detox, have a spiritual life, practice charity, do things and stimulate your mind and do things and don't just sit there in front of the TV and be dumbed down even more by their programming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. You talk about how the government will have good intentions and then, screw up 6 other things. And we got to talk about the $45 billion that Gavin Newsom has spent on homeless people in California to end homelessness. The kind of money we're talking about, folks, we could have bought every single one of them a home of some kind, I mean, I'm not talking maybe anywhere in LA. Maybe, you got to go out to the desert on the edge of the county. But sure, they could put up mass housing. They could do all kinds of things to get these people some sort of help, to get them a job, to get them fixes. But what they do is they go out instead and they say, hey, guess what? We got all this money. We bought you guys needles and, condoms, and we bought you all kinds of stuff that you can use to get high. So there you go, man. You didn't fix anything.
Right.
You just helped them get high. You just helped them get more and more addicted. Ridiculous stuff like that, where there's just no ever anything that looks like a solution, but a lot of money thrown at things to just keep it all going.
Yeah. Well, I just saw a homeless guy from Sacramento that was being interviewed by, I guess, just a citizen journalist. And he was saying that he's homeless by choice because they pay him. And they give him about almost $700 a month, give him free, SNAP for food. And he said, why would I do anything but stay here because they're paying me? But he's like, oh yeah, and I got my free phone, and I can watch Netflix movies and just, veg out and do absolutely nothing, which is kind of sad because he's obviously lost his drive for life. That's not living, that's actually dying. So that's another thing. They're feeding them their death sentence. First their mental and spiritual death, and then eventually their physical death.
Yeah, exactly. It's a slow burn. And again, you look at it and you say, you want to go out and, work your butt off at some, remedial job to make minimum wage. And at the end of the day, you make, just a tad bit more than you would if you did nothing. Right. So you get those options and it's like, yeah, gosh, I took a job for a month and my God, it paid nothing. Why would I keep going? I can just, live off 2/3 of what I was making there and not work at all. So anyway, on that note, let's go to break.
Didn't have any bills. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
Almost got you there, Barry.
I snuck it in, man. I was going to be quick.
Yeah.
I've gotten better. I don't get long-winded. I just want to throw that last thing in, just pop.
Bap.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, man. It's all very interesting, man. I'm actually being stimulated by our conversation tonight.
Look out.
Easy now, fella. Easy.
I might have to go back and listen to it. See if I can learn something. Yeah, we're bringing up
and
some
don't forget to hit that like button and share, too. All right?
Oh, yeah. I'll do that for sure. I mean, these are the issues, and it's we live in a crazy, kind of weird world, man. It's that's why I always got to have my time to escape from it all, man. And I get why CS is, doing the nomad thing, dude. It makes a lot of sense for your health, for your mental disposition, you can get out there and just smell the nature, and
not that it's without its challenges, but hey.
Exactly. But there is something about nature.
If I was a single guy and I didn't have, kids and things like that, I would probably have considered doing something similar.
Yeah. Well, think about how the majority of Americans are programmed to congregate into the cities. When I was growing up, everybody was trying to get out the city to, like to Nottingham and to the country club and all these different places that were on the outskirts, where it was out away from the city, kind of out in nature and in the woods. And now everybody just want to congregate. And then they want to create 15-minute cities to make it even worse so we can all be controlled and cold even more so. I think eventually they'll outlaw living outside of their purview, right?
Well, that's getting to the point of, you ever watch that movie or show called Logan's Run?
Yeah, that's back in the day with Farrah Fawcett and a bunch of other people.
I'm not sure if Farrah was in that, but yeah.
Maybe not Farrah Fawcett. Well,
Was
maybe
she?
she was. Yeah, I think she was.
I think so. Yeah, there was some super hottie. If it wasn't her, it was like Cheryl Tiegs or something.
Cheryl. Yeah, I think Cheryl might have been in there or something like that, but I don't remember.
That British actor was in there. He's still alive. He's got some disease, but he's coping quite well with it. Can't think of his name. He's a good guy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, Wobbly says Soylent Green is people. Of course it is.
Yep.
Isn't that a different movie?
Yeah.
That's Charlton Heston. And yeah, I watched that not too long ago again. And I was like, wow. The thing that really tripped me out was how when they bring you to your death, they put you in this room where you get to look at the big screen scenic TV, and it's exactly like euthanasia today. Like they're painting it. It's like it's this beautiful thing to send you off to the next life.
Yeah, I think Wobbly was in that movie Clockwork Orange too. That was a really good movie.
That's hardcore.
I haven't seen it in a long time. I don't know if I could tolerate it right now. It's almost probably too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got about 30 seconds. We'll be back on air.
Though it was made in the 60s, so it's like they don't really show a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, they do. They just insinuate and
Who was the guy that was in Clockwork Orange? Man, he always plays that great bad guy. I can't think of what his name is now. But anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side for the last segment right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And we got all kinds of stuff going on in the world. I guess let's talk about this tragic shooting the other day in San Diego at the Islamic Center there. 2 dudes live streamed this as they killed several people, and then they eventually made it outside and did the whole murder-suicide thing and left behind a note. In essence, they hate religion. They hate both parties. They hate all minorities. They were targeting, or they were doing it as an homage to the Christchurch shooting. Wanted to be just like that, sort of their hero. And they were nut jobs, white supremacists, hated both parties, anarchists, death to the world, on and on. And just really... horrible people. And so everyone wants to jump in here and make this political. One of the guys had really long hair, and is he trans? No, doesn't look like it. They just seem, like just horrified, horrible people that got caught up in the wrong chat rooms and decided to do something that is very, it's very ugly to do something like that. There's going to be it's it just divides the country even more, Barry. It really does. It just divides everybody, and they all want to make this political, and I don't think it is. But I don't know. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? What do you think?
I think they're victims of social engineering, just like I was talking about. It's sort of the Klaus Schwab utopia of an angrier world, and they want to create an angrier world, and they do that by basically injecting hate, injecting and inciting violence. They don't ever really condemn the violence unless it's from the right. It's all designed to be knee-jerk and inflammatory on purpose and by design. And that is the terrifying and horrifying thing. So, I mean, if I can get that message out, I feel like that's a big accomplishment, because once we're aware of the tactics, then we can stop falling prey to it, because, we kind of hit this area of what they call critical mass. And that's when you get the turning point. But clearly, a lot of people are just victims of the social engineering. I mean, that didn't just birth out of nowhere, right? That's deviant and nefarious social engineering by design, on purpose, to create more chaos, because, as I've said before, the nefarious powers work best out of the chaos. They need the chaos to bring forth the pseudo solutions that will solve one problem but create 20 new ones. And then eventually, before you know it, we're all under the grid of control, and we're living under full-blown tyranny, a police state, martial law, you name it.
Yep. And that's why we got to stay strong, man. We can't be demoralized. That's the thing about the whole plan, as Yuri Bezmenov, laid it out so many decades ago. That the first, you got to demoralize a nation first. You got to break down their religion, their culture, replace street names with, meaningless things. Take their art and replace it with ugly modern art that has no meaning to it, has no beauty, no sense of effort to it. Put just a square in there, on its side. Okay, it's a square. It's tilted up a little bit. It's not anything that you couldn't make if somebody said, hey, build me this in the park here. And you'd say, okay, I'm going to need some wood and some paint, and yeah, I'll have that done for you in a couple days. Replace the beauty of society with nothingness and break the will of the people. Like we were talking about earlier, they will put out news articles and things and PSAs, and it's garbage. What they're saying to you is a lie. They know it's a lie. We all know it's a lie. Why do they do it? They do it to demoralize you, to make you think there's no hope, so that then you just give up, you give in, and they can then come in and create a crisis, which turns into an opportunity for them to rebuild. Then the rebuilding takes another several years after the crisis. But it's kind of where we are. They're ready to pull the trigger on that crisis anytime they can. They thought maybe COVID would be it, but it wasn't. And they thought maybe a million other things. Now, if they can get this swine flu or whatever it is to take off, then, there you go. They got their new crisis to take down America and put us all, in such bankruptcy that we all just beg for a solution where we can get in line to get bread, because at least there's bread involved in that one. Barry?
Yeah, I mean, CS, you talk a lot about, making ugly architecture and ugly art, and I think it's 100% true. I mean, nothing's built like the cathedrals they used to make in all the different government buildings that they used to build, and just the different architecture in the cities that they would build. Nothing looks that marvelous anymore. And I can't help but to think of Obama's presidential library, man, because that thing looks like a panopticon prison, okay? And I can guarantee you, this is like the perfect example, okay? I mean, I would expect nothing less from Obama than to have his presidential library look like a panopticon prison complex. But I guarantee you, when Trump builds his, it's going to be the most marvelous and magnificent thing you're going to see. It's going to compete with the ballroom when it's finally finished.
Dude, I saw the renderings of that they put out a few weeks, Barry. Did you catch those? They were stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning. it's a high-rise building that rivals any high-rise building in the world because it's a museum. You know, it's like hollow. The whole inside of it is hollow. When you walk in the door, there's a 747 sitting right in the middle and a couple jets and whatever else. And it just towers up like, 30, 40 stories. But the whole inside of it, you just see right through it. It's a building that wasn't built for any form per se, like for any function. I mean, it was more for the form. It didn't have to stuff a bunch of condos in there or office space to break even. You know what I mean? It's a building that will really never make money. It's just there to be gorgeous. And if it gets built in the rendering that I saw, it'll blow people's minds when that thing finally comes out. I mean, It's almost like a must-see kind of place. And it right on the water. What is it, in Miami or in one of the neighboring cities? But gorgeous. I mean, gorgeous. Look it up, folks. Go look up the renderings for the Trump Presidential Library. They just put them out a couple weeks ago. Eric Trump had it on his timeline.
Yeah. And the left is going to hate it. The globalists are going to hate it because it's beautiful. It's a reflection of our capability, our capacity. And it doesn't look like, this boring, dead-looking prison complex like Obama's presidential library. Mark my words, man. They hate beauty. Look, this is why you have paintings selling for $50,000 and $100,000 of enema paintings. Okay, they paint in their anus and they blow it out on a canvas and they get $50,000 for it, right? Or just the fashion industry today. I mean, the stuff that they're doing, it's beyond ridiculous, man. Nobody in their right mind would be caught in the clothing that they're putting out in the LA type of fashion shows and New York City fashion shows. It's outrageous, man, because they hate beauty. They love the ugliness. They love the depravity. They love darkness, dude. I mean, this is a battle between good and evil at the end of the day. It's a battle between the light and darkness. And until people understand that, they can't even cope with it, and they're not going to be able to combat against it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm reminded in the fashion industry how sometimes they just do incredibly insane things. Tom Brady was out on the catwalk the other day. I just saw a photo of him out there. He looked like he was actually doing something good. He might start making some of that gazelle money, right?
Some black looking, I don't know, vinyl looking thing. It was
a leather jacket or something.
I don't think I'd be caught in it, but it's definitely not. I mean, it's like 1/10,000th better than what they're doing at most of these fashion shows. I mean, I saw one woman. She was like it was a dress, but it was like an iron cage. How do you even walk in that thing, man? It's just bizarre.
Yeah. Tom Brady, interesting fact on him. When he was at the peak of his career, I think he made like half of what his wife did, or maybe even 10% of what his wife did.
Wow.
As a supermodel. That's got to be.
I think there's maybe 10 or 12 that are at that level, probably. But there's not many of them that make that kind of money. You got to be like top of the top. You got to be top tier in the modeling industry, because a lot of the models, they don't get paid a lot. They live in the same home together. There's been documentaries on this, and many times they're being like trafficked or they're being sexually abused. It's a nightmare. And I would imagine that maybe some of these top tier ones went through that to get to the top. I don't know, because I haven't heard them say one way or the other, but it would certainly make sense.
Yeah, you'd think it wouldn't be anything they'd talk about, while they're making the $50 million a year. You know what I mean? It'd be something they'd run the expo on later on down the road. Or got into like a Melania Trump position where if she did have something to say about it right now, there's nothing stopping her in the world,
Right.
She was ever part of anything like that or knew about it, she would be like, yeah, be better. Be better, folks. Be better. So let's see. Anyway, in other news, we've got a wildfire cooking through Simi Valley in California. This thing's getting up to a couple thousand acres. I put it in my feed the other day, and I just pulled up an update on it. I was wondering if we should even talk about it on the show, but it's still going. 15% contained, and it's near a lot of very high-end residential areas. It could easily kick up the hills over into Malibu if the winds change, or, who knows, move back through the valley the other way, and gosh, ugly stuff. But needless to say, the reservoirs are still probably empty. Needless to say, the fire department of Los Angeles is nowhere near as big as it was when the Palisades fire happened. And on and on and on. So again, this is the valley. It's not necessarily LA City, but it's the same thing happening again and again and again and again. And it's just really a matter of time until another big block of Los Angeles catches on fire. And if they don't figure something out there, they're going to be in big trouble. My God, if an actual earthquake hit there, could you imagine what that city would do?
I mean, they would not whatsoever. I mean, I think the only thing that might save it, and again, I don't know for certain, but I have a hunch that maybe Spencer Pratt might do a good job and might sort of set things straight. But can he win, even if he's winning by 80%? Because you know how they are. They steal elections over there. They'll make sure he does not win. And, it's just, like I've said before, unfortunately, when they won't fix the huge mistakes that they make, and they make a lot of huge mistakes. I'm not talking minor things like putting your hand in the cookie jar. I'm talking big, big mistakes, and they don't correct them. It only gets worse, and then they only get further exposed. But if they continue to steal elections, they can still stay in power. And what might have to happen, as I've said so many times before, because the only way to really wake up a large swath of the population is just to see the whole thing collapse. And I hope that doesn't have to happen, because, I mean, a lot of people are going to suffer in the process of that. But it may happen. Same thing in New York City. It may have to completely collapse before it can rise again.
Yeah, sadly. And even a Pratt, if this guy does win, and his odds don't look great right now, it's probably 30%, 25% chance that he'll actually win. But if he does, is the system so entrenched that he can't even fix it? Like, I know with the school district, I could guarantee it's just so entrenched you can't fix anything. If you want to change anything in the school district, you're done. But is the fire department, the police department, are they more nimble? Can you actually go in and fix them? Can you go up into the hills and say, forget like just making sure these things are full. Why aren't they 10 times bigger? The water reservoirs up there. Why don't we have 50 of them instead of 5? Let's actually take this seriously after what happened to Pacific Palisades and Altadena. Let's issue the permits, folks. Let's get those people working. I figured by this time, there would be the biggest construction boom in the history of the world happening right now in Los Angeles, to get all those homes built again. But there's no jobs. I mean, that's not what's going on. Nobody's building out there. What have we seen? Like 5 permits go up so far?
There's no free money for the elite, though, if things get fixed and things are working well. Do you know what I mean? Because we have a fiat currency, and that federal money, not so much under Trump, but under a Democrat president, that just keeps getting funneled in. And of course, they got the California tax money as well, and they can just distribute that to all their little crony buddies. And if you start fixing things, you can't be taking money for programs that they claim are going to fix things. It's all a scam. It's all a sham. And people know that, man. People understand that now. I mean, I think even Democrats are going to vote for Spencer, even if they hate everything he stands for, because they just don't want California to continue to be run like it's being run.
It can't go on forever, man. That's just the simple fact about it. This can't go on forever. It's got to come to an end, and it's got to come to a crashing halt here. You'd think at some time soon. I mean, God, everything is so overpriced, so expensive. It's just the lifestyle you can get in Texas compared to California is incredibly higher. For a couple $1,000,000 in a suburb of Houston, you're buying a really nice house. It might even get the mansion label. You know what I mean? Whereas $2 million somewhere in LA, down in the basin there around the city, that's getting you a pretty, scrappy little like 2-bedroom house in a nasty neighborhood. That's, small house, small everything, a lot of crime, but it's still $2 million. You know what I'm saying? LA is so expensive when it comes to real estate. It's shocking. You look at like $4 million homes, or you look at some of the homes major celebrities live in, and they're like, an average suburb of like Detroit or something. It's just not any special kind of house at all. And yet it's a multi-million-dollar mansion that, has gated communities in the whole 9 yards. It's 3,000 square feet. It's not small, but it's not like a massive sprawling mansion by any means, So, yeah, there's a lot of money there, and people can really just do so much better if they pick it up and take it to almost anywhere in the country. And they're hearing about it in Nashville, and they're hearing about it in Florida. And really, what do you want your life to be, man? California is so beautiful. It's such a phenomenal place. But their government, man, until they fix it, it's just not going to be worth living in. I don't know. That's my opinion. I've had many opportunities to move to California, and I've passed on all of them.
Well, you think there's got to be some kind of a threshold, where things just get so bad, people can't take it anymore. But I think they allow enough things to flow normally that never happens. Maybe they've got their finger on that pulse so that it doesn't, they don't get resistance and people start voting against them, And again, they're probably already voting against them, but because of the fraud, in my opinion, they're not, the Republicans are not winning by big enough margins, right?
Hmm.
Because, it can't be too lopsided.
Yeah, it's going to happen though, man. This is all going to start coming back. We talk about the pendulum going back and forth, and it's going to swing quite a good ways this time, I think. I really do. I'm optimistic that there's nobody that's going to be able to step up against a J.D. Vance with his team and be able to really put together a cohesive argument against their policies. A debate with, Kamala Harris versus J.D. Vance is just more Trump deranged syndrome. You know what I mean? It's not going to have any substance from their side at all. He will eat her for lunch. It's not even fair, And so looking forward to that, I don't know, man. I really am optimistic about the future of this country over the next so many years, over the next 10 years or so. I really think we're just not going to go down that road again anytime soon, regardless of what the 5% on the left that scream bloody murder at every point in their life have to say about it. Scream all you want, ladies. Scream, scream, scream. It's not going to change anybody's opinion that what you're doing is wrong. It sucks. Transitioning kids, before they're even 10 years old, behind their parents' backs. That's just a losing proposition. Abortion up to the moment of birth, losing. Nobody wants that. That's an 80-20 issue. We always talk about the 80-20 issues. Nobody's on that side except for you guys, And even Hakeem Jeffries, the clip we played earlier, where he says, we're going to demoralize every Trump, 77 million people, we're going to demoralize them, break them down when we win. That's a direct threat to half the country. Is it anything new? Joe Biden did the same damn thing when he went up in front of Independence Hall and gave his red wedding speech. He called MAGA hateful at every point and just evil, and went on for an hour and a half about how evil the left was.
Yeah. Imagine how not well they're going to cope when we win the 2026 midterms, and then J.D. Vance wins the presidency in 2028. We have the House and this, in the Senate predominantly. They're not going to cope. I mean, think about how poorly they're coping now. They're coping in ways where, they're like, if we get the power back, we're coming after you. We're going to arrest all of you MAGA people. We're going to stack the Supreme Court. We're going to take over and be the tyrants that we've always, shown that we are. Yeah. So they're desperate. But imagine when we win in the midterms and then we win in 2028, these people, man, the mental asylums are going to start getting filled up because they're going to have massive meltdowns. They're melting down now. Imagine the meltdowns when we continue to win. And look, every time I get a little discouraged about things moving slowly, I just think about what it would be like under the power of Democrats and these nefarious globalists who control the Democrat Party entirely, what that world would look like. And I say, okay, I think I'll keep fighting. I have a friend of mine. He said, hey, man, I don't want to hear any of that stuff that you're saying. That stuff I can't do anything about. And I think he's wrong. I think we can do and the very fact that we're at the place we're at right now and all the progress that we've made up to this point is proof that actually we can make a difference. That's just somebody that's a cop-out, man. That's all that is. When my friend says, I don't want to hear about that because I can do nothing about that, that's a cop-out. That's all that is. And look, all you have to do is a little bit. That's what James O'Keefe said to people when he was, I think that was his slogan under Project Veritas, just do something. And you don't have to be as vocal as I am, as engaged as I am, but certainly you can speak up for the truth every now and then.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, another big thing that's going to be happening by 2028 is the visible decay of New York City. You know what I mean? The real visible, you go there and you say, holy cow. You know, I only go there once every couple of years. And it was a little bit worse the last couple times. And now, holy crap, this town is really going under. You know, or the people from New York that they got a relative down in Florida. And so they say, okay, let's go visit them for Christmas this year. And they go down and look around and say, holy cow, this is wonderful down here. I had no idea it was this nice. You should see what, you know, Brooklyn looks like nowadays, you know? And so there's going to be a lot of in-your-face lived realities that'll come to be seen by people at that point to say that, hey, there's a giant difference between these crazy socialist Democrat policies and where it takes a city like Chicago or LA or San Francisco, God forbid, versus what is happening as this miracle down in Florida and Texas. Florida, you got Citadel down there with their $6 billion or $1 trillion empire moving to Florida, lock, stock, and barrel to invest like crazy all over the place. You know, it's going to be a massive difference. It really is.
I mean, that dichotomy that we're talking about is definitely forming. It's definitely widening. It's definitely getting more predominant. And I think people see it. And a lot of people that didn't see it now see it. So in a way, I mean, it's terrible to see these cities collapse, but it's also good in that it will awaken people. You know what I'm saying? They'll go like, well, I don't think the Democrat movement is a very good choice to move America forward.
Yeah, this socialism thing. Let me look into it. Hey Siri, when has socialism ever worked? Oh, yikes! I didn't think I'd get that answer. Never. It's never worked. You know. Wait a minute. I was told this is the dream come true. These democratic socialists. Well, democratic socialism's never failed because it's never been tried. We just got to try it. Put all your money in a hat, buddy. We'll see you next week when you get hungry.
There's nothing about America that's socialism. That's not in our Constitution at all.
No. And they say Social Security and things like that, but there's safety nets we put in place so that we can be civil to each other and make sure that, you know, in our old age we are taken care of and things along those lines. You know, they call it socialism, but it's just a social network. You know, it's safety net. You know,
right?
That it's not socialism. Socialism is when the government owns the means of production, right? And so on that note, folks, we're out of time. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages. Oops.
No, we won't.
No, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, after these messages. Okay. Let me get Jack going, and I'll cut that off.
All right.
You guys have a great night. I'll get this up and out tomorrow or later on tonight. Take care, guys.
Hey, man.
Great show.
Yeah.
See you.
All right.
See you, Barry.
Thanks, Mark. See you.
All right. Yeah, right after these messages. Yeah, we're coming back with Jack Carey this time with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Let's get Jack up on the phone. Let's see how Jack's doing tonight. There's Jack. Bring him over here on OBS.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. We had Men in Black last week. What do we got this week, Jack?
Oh, it's kind of a bit of a round robin. I'm going to be covering a lot of stuff, but mainly some comments made by Dr. Stephen Greer that shines a whole new light on the hitchhiker effect. So that leads us down a big, big rabbit hole. So no shortage of stuff to talk about there.
Yep.
What have you been up?
Well, life, lawyers, and kids. The fun stuff, right?
Yeah, the LLK.
Yeah.
Life, lawyers, and kids.
Yeah, there you go, right?
That's great. Well, not a whole lot been happening. This has been a busy week as usual, but continuing to try to get prepped for summertime here in the wastelands.
Yeah. It's been kind of muggy and rainy around here off and on throughout the last few days.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dropped down to like upper 60s at night and all the way up into, borderline 90s during the day. So, yeah, and with all the humidity to go along with it. Gotta love that part,
Not us. We're sitting in the low 50s. So
that's perfect weather. I love
yeah.
I love 50s all the way up to almost 70. After that, it's like, I see the end coming after that.
I'm kind of a mid-70s kind of guy. I like 75. If I had my way, I'd just stay 75 all the time. But
between 75 and 80, that's like, perfect summer for me. But, I live in Central Texas, so, that's, when it's nice like that other places, it's triple digits here, so it's... And though I don't live in a desert, it can be as hot as the desert,
Right.
But I don't envy anyone who has to shovel snow in the wintertime, though. I'm glad I gave that up.
Shoveling snow is for the birds.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
I have to use a snow blower here. There's no shoveling. It's way too thick to do that with.
Thick and heavy. Yeah. No,
we're approaching the beautiful summer.
No, I think if I did have to do that, I would have my truck set up with one of those Boss plows with the snowblower on the front of it, that way I can make a couple extra bucks off to the side, plowing snow for folks, because, that can be fun, in the truck, but,
that could be.
Shoveling that crap, no, I'm done with that.
Yeah, it's not fun, that's for sure.
We got about 30 seconds, Jack, and we'll go live.
Preparing for a wonderful, another great, what the redeeming quality of the Dakotas is the summers. They are pleasant and mild.
I'd love to see some pictures of that. But here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined tonight by the paranormal crime-fighting trio I've got a trio of compadres this evening. I've got Daisy, Sundance, and we've got a new gun around here, a new hired gun. He's a 5-year-old rescue from parts unknown, and he is a really amazing cat. So we're calling him River Phoenix. So my cat River Phoenix is in the silo this evening, along with the other two. And, this has been a weirdly interesting week. On the geopolitical scene, you have the continuing drama in the Middle East going on and all of that stuff. Doesn't really affect us in the paranormal world so much, but you can see where, the turbulence of us going through the upswing of the Kali Yuga is well at hand. And for those of you who don't know, the Kali Yuga, we are in the throes of the upswing of the Kali Yuga right now. That's a planetary cycle that takes many thousands of years to complete. And it basically takes us full circle up into an area where we can receive special signals from our galactic center. These signals are, they're astro-harmonic in nature. Let's put it that way. There are stars and black holes that have a harmonic mathematical relationship to our star. They project energy to our star and through the principle of harmonics, and we're going to get into that tonight. And it affects biology on this planet, and it affects biology on all planets that have a neighboring star, and all within the so-called Goldilocks zone, the zone that is makes a planet habitable, not too close to a star, not too far away. Otherwise, it freezes or boils the water off the planet, and then you don't have the primordial soup needed for life. But in the upswing of the Kali Yuga, we can look forward to a lot of positive things happening along with the usual planetary drama of a species that lives in a state of amnesia from its glorious past, and that's humanity, of course. And in the upswing, humanity tends to go through golden ages. Golden ages have occurred in the past. They will occur in the future, are beginning to occur now. This is times when there's a blossoming of humanity, all kinds of breakthroughs occur, scientific principles become, proven or disproven that we may have held as being true for eons of time. A lot of science is going into theoretical thresholds now, utilizing artificial intelligence in a way that they've never been able to before. So who knows really what discoveries we are on the cusp of, but you can see how artificial intelligence and being bombarded with the rays of galactic center actually causes biological upswings in the life forms on the planet, including humanity. So you'll begin to see humans take on all kinds of special abilities they may not have had before. If they had them, they were in a somewhat weakened capacity, and now they'll be more like kind of superhuman. You'll begin to see a vast number of people begin kind of like, tinkering in their garage with like exotic technology, because all of a sudden their brain can understand things in a way it couldn't before. And you'll begin to see all kinds of just crazy stuff happen. The WebBot, which produced the so-called cyber prophecies, as I put them, has long predicted that sci-fi world emerges during this period, and we're in really that time period when you will begin to see more and more leaks from the UAP, UFO world. The reason why, and this is something I talked about many months ago, even maybe as long as a year ago, was that the money was drying up for these special access programs that guard the alien technology that we have recovered or captured over the last 80 years. And when the money dries up, that's largely what it kind of lubricates the secrecy machine. Without the money, all kinds of leaks begin to develop because people are not being paid off the way they used to be paid off to keep secrets the way that they were being paid to keep them. And, that combined with their conscience always bothering them, probably saying, well, I'm getting paid to keep this a secret, but it's probably really shouldn't be a secret from humanity, and et cetera, right? So all of those forces are in play right now. You saw Trump command the Pentagon to release all those videos, and there's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube. Those videos, for any sane human being, are proof that humanity is, in the throes of interaction with a non-human intelligence. The real question is, what is the true nature of that non-human intelligence, and from where does it derive? And the main discussion that we'll be talking about tonight is some comments made by Dr. Stephen Greer. Everybody out there in UFO land knows who that is. And this was on the extremely popular podcast, The Sean Ryan Show. And, some of the comments he made really clicked for me. I'm not totally sold on Dr. Greer. I do have reservations about a few of his assertions that the non-human intelligence that is interacting with humanity is benevolent in nature. That's my main, point of contention. I think it's far, far too early to make that statement. But, I'm sort of in the rebel clan. I like to, if we're being commanded by a higher alien intelligence, I want us to be the rebels that break free from that, right? So I'm not of the opinion that forced benevolence on us at this point in the evolution of our species is something that's in our best interest. And that's where we differ. But he did make some statements on the Sean Ryan podcast, and those statements have to have a direct shine a direct light on the hitchhiker effect. Where's Daisy? Daisy's detecting some security issues here. So, but on the Sean Ryan podcast, Dr. Greer made some statements concerning interdimensional activity accompanying UFO activity. And what are we seeing with the so-called hitchhiker effect discovered by scientists in the Pentagon? We're discovering that that there is a wide array of paranormal activity that tends to follow people home from these deep, dark, secret SAP UFO programs, and then begins to manifest itself in their living space, in their lives, what have you, being followed by white orbs of light. I have done a show before called Beware the White Orbs, and that is because there's over a dozen personnel now, military, intelligence personnel who have gone home from these programs to do something as simple as like take a walk through the neighborhood or their property with their spouse, only to notice a white orb of light that begins to follow them. It gets closer and closer. Eventually it makes contact. And when it does, apparently, according to Dr. Gary Nolan at Stanford University, the scientist tapped by the Pentagon to study the ill health effects caused on the human anatomy by UFOs. According to him, these orbs appear to be emitting a very virulent ionizing radiation that then produces exotic forms of cancer in the person that it comes into contact with. In other words, it's almost like the phenomenon is attempting to assassinate these people. That's one way to look at it, right? And the hitchhiker effect, I might add, there were a number of very surprising things that were listed as being part of the hitchhiker effect. One of those was an unintended pregnancy. That's actually listed in the Pentagon report. I didn't make that up. And what do we have in the alien abduction phenomenon? We have women reporting that they are becoming pregnant at times when they shouldn't be, only to have the baby disappear at a later date, and lots of alien abduction memories and episodes. So that's interesting. And we cannot forget that one of the primary interactions with the hitchhiker effect appears to be interaction with dog-headed cryptid animals, right? The dog man. Let's just call it what it is. There's been numerous interactions now with the dog man on Skinwalker Ranch, and dealing with personnel in the Pentagon who had exposure to Skinwalker Ranch. That's important. There is a cross-contamination of personnel that have gone from the Pentagon UFO/UAP programs onto the premises of Skinwalker Ranch and vice versa. There is some indication that the hitchhiker effect, whatever the primary cause, and we're going to actually be touching on what that primary cause might be this evening, whatever the primary cause, it basically is manifesting creatures that defy our explanation scientifically. This cross-contamination occurs in multiple personnel. If you watch numerous podcasts dealing with the personnel involved in these UFO programs, and I'm talking about Dr. Brandenburg, Dr. Gary Nolan, Dr. Jack Lukasik. I mean, the list goes on and on. These guys are all over the place in my circles on the podcast that people like me in paranormal land in the twilight zone of life tend to gravitate towards. You couldn't have missed them. And to a T, they're all saying the same thing, and that is that the hitchhiker effect is real. And that they cannot understand the UFO phenomenon without understanding the underlying paranormal aspects of the phenomenon itself. some of these phenomenon were like, one was a CIA case officer working on the UFO program, female, goes home after work one night, and material objects of unknown origin or construction or manufacture that didn't seem to make any, she hadn't seen these objects before, but they began to just pop into existence right in front of her in her living room and then dematerialize. Poltergeist activity. Black shadow entities walking across the house late at night or the bedroom. All of those things were being reported by these personnel. And could it be that there is something that has to do with the technology involved that creates these paranormal effects? And that is the subject of tonight's show. But I did want to, I was touching on harmonics and planetary harmonics. And here is an interesting thing about the Kali Yuga and the upswing of the Kali Yuga. Something that probably very few people know. You can find all of the equations and science behind it in the book, The Serious Mystery by Dr. Robert Temple, a renowned British scientist. It is interesting to note that after Dr. Temple published The Serious Mystery, he was harassed by intelligence agencies for well over a decade. That was all chronicled and documented and undeniable. What he published in that book really pushed a button in the right places to cause, the mechanics of the machine, the wheels to begin to turn, and that wound up with him being persecuted by intelligence agencies from a number of different countries. His book, however, did survive, and it is still out there and for sale, and I highly recommend it. But in it, there is an account by two French anthropologists who discovered the ancient Stone Age tribe of the Dogon people in Western Africa. These people had been lost for eons, right? They traced their lineage back to ancient Egypt. This was in 1935. The scientists gained their respect, and so the people shared their cosmic knowledge with them, and that cosmic knowledge had to do with the fact that Sirius was interacting with our star through harmonics. In other words, Sirius, which is made up of some of the heaviest elements known in the universe, and its surrounding bodies, there's like Sirius A, B, and C. It is actually interacting with our sun in a harmonic way, and the Dogon believe that on July 23rd of every year, which is quickly approaching, guys, they call it the Day of the Bado. And the Day of the Bado is when Sirius emits special signals. That's what they call it, special signals, and those signals interact with our star that changes how our star interacts with biology on this planet, and it alters the evolutionary path of life forms on the Earth. That is how the natural mechanism of the universe is supposed to work. In the Kali Yuga, we happen to be on a planet that every so often gets blocked by cosmic debris, if you will. And during those phases, we go through dark ages. Humanity literally experiences things like the medieval dark ages, right? Where we almost lose civilization, and It could be that the downswing of the Kali Yuga was responsible for things like us losing Atlantis and, losing the Hall of Records and all of those things that may have given us an indication of our true history as a species on this planet. During those periods, things are really turbulent. There's a lot of warfare. There's a lot of things. Records get burned. Things get trampled. Things get destroyed. And they can get destroyed down to a point where people simply forget the past. And that's what's occurred on this planet probably numerous times now. It leads many of us to the speculation that something is amiss, that it's by design, that somebody somewhere of a higher order must have a hand in creating the amnesia our species experiences, when in fact it could actually be that we were just seated on a planet that has a very disadvantageous planetary cycle where every so often these amazing energetic signals coming from galactic center can't reach us. And when they can't reach you, you begin to devolve, not evolve. It's the dumbing of society. Well, we kind of reached a peak on that level. Society is reaching a point of stupidity that really mirrored, the Hollywood movie Idiocracy. If you haven't seen it, it is fabulously hilarious when you take it into context of today. And so here we are. We're in the upswing. We got good things ahead. There are good vibes happening. There are good waves to surf coming in on the cosmic ocean. And so there's a lot to look forward to. It is interesting that we are currently still in the battle for disclosure, even with the Pentagon, Trump telling the Pentagon to release all of those videos, etc. Apparently, it has become known through real channels, real authoritative channels, i.e. the CIA or the FBI or the NSA, someone reached out to Jeremy Corbell, the filmmaker, the guy who keeps pushing the button on the disclosure panel, basically, making films and documentaries and interviewing all the whistleblowers and making a lot of noise, that they had direct knowledge that his life was in danger from another alphabet agency. Think about that. And not only that, but they disclosed this information to him right in front of his mother, who is now a material witness to the entire affair taking place. And so this isn't, game time, guys. We got 13 missing scientists and a missing general, all connected to advanced aerospace research. And that's another topic that we will be getting to this evening because it ties in perfectly with what Dr. Stephen Greer had to say to Sean Ryan. And we'll get back to that interesting architecture of a rabbit hole right after this break.
Great job, Jack.
Thanks.
Stupid people. Yep.
Yep.
Ignorant, maybe, too,
Stupid people. We got them.
Not in short supply.
No, they're everywhere.
Wobbly in chat said that stupid people. I'm like, yeah. And then we got the Great Conspiracy restreaming us tonight again. Appreciate you. Thanks.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking this baby worldwide.
Take it as far as we can take it.
That's right. We're going worldwide with this thing. Wall to wall.
I'm waiting for Elon to build us a station on Mars so that they can pick us up.
It'd be cool.
Wouldn't it? I'm sure the moon can already get us, you know.
Yeah, the moon's already rocking with us, but
Yeah.
if the colonist on Mars could pick us up, that would
Yeah.
be a feather in our hat.
Yeah.
Mm. All right, I'm going to let Daisy out.
It's going to be a long wait. What, for us to come out of the Kali Yuga to get everybody to be smart again? I don't know. Hard to say, Wobbly. We'll see how those cosmic rays affect us all in the near future. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, buddy. You know, Wobbly was a Navy guy, too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Always like to hear from other Navy men.
Yeah. Maybe I can pull his arm to bring him in some night with us.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. See what types of sights he sees in California, where he's at.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, Daisy.
Yeah, you gonna turn your camera on tonight, or no camera tonight?
Oh, sorry.
So-
I'm just doing no camera tonight. Don't have it. It's actually in the other room. I'm out in the atrium.
that's fine.
And it's actually nice because it's light later, so I can actually enjoy some sunlight. But
Yeah, I got nothing but low hanging cloud overcast tonight. It's been like that for the last couple days. Wobbly says, "Land of the stupid people." Yeah.
You got that right.
Take your pick. Take your pick. Yeah, maybe if we can get him to come in, he'll show us some weather girls from Telemundo as well. But you know, that's what brightens my day when I watch his channel in the mornings.
Oh, neat. I need to start piping that in.
Yeah,
with my coffee.
yes, you do. Folks out there, please support Wobbly and the Great Conspiracy. You know, they got great channels. You know, when it comes to, you know, information to be shared. And some nice eye candy from Wobbly. He plays some pretty good music at times, too. Along with getting some really good information out. We're under 30 seconds. We'll be coming up here real shortly with a countdown. Like now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Back everybody to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, the High Plains Drifter of the Twilight Zone, and we're talking tonight about, well, some interesting comments made by Dr. Stephen Greer in the context of the hitchhiker effect. And before we get to that little discussion, I did want to mention that I do have a new book coming out. It's called The Vanishing Vanguard. And it's all about the missing scientist and the lost General William Neil McCaslin, who was in charge of, at one point for a very long period of time, he was in charge of all of the most exotic kind of technology at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He would have been the man. He would have been the guy who knew and saw the actual bodies, the craft, the whole thing. That's the guy. He went missing February 27th of this year and still has not been discovered. And not only him, but 13 other scientists have gone missing. And guess what? A trail of evidence has been discovered to suggest they were all part of the exact same exotic alloy materials special access program. In other words, there's a connection between all of them that previously was not seen, except for artificial intelligence has analyzed each and every case now and has discovered that they all in fact did work dealing with one program having to do with a top secret materials. And I guess we could kind of look at that and surmise that maybe they were so close to a breakthrough that would have allowed them to finally fully weaponize the back-engineered alien technology they possess. And maybe, just speculation, a foreign agency of some kind saw an opportunity to begin to wipe them out. There was somehow, some way, a weakness in the system, and that weakness was exploited, and now it appears as though the scientist and the good general have all been professionally disappeared. So, my new book, The Vanishing Vanguard, is all about these exotic theories, everything from perhaps foreign assassins to the idea that they could perhaps have simply been relocated to the breakaway civilization. That's an interesting theory. And there's some interesting evidence for that as well. So you'll have to check it out. It will be available very soon. It's being published now and should be available in the next 3 to 5 days. So look for that out there. But, this week my attention was drawn to Dr. Stephen Greer and his comments, and basically this is what he said in so many words. I'm summarizing, of course. But he made statements on the Sean Ryan podcast that he had direct knowledge from his insiders that this technology, these craft, can bend space and time. That we knew, right? That's something that even Bob Lazar had mentioned way back when he became known to the public. But what we didn't really know, because it really delves into theoretical mathematics in a way that kind of is hard to break into, right? If you're following this path of evidence and it leads you into theoretical mathematics, well, how far down a field are you going to be able to make it if you're not a theoretical mathematician? But what he's saying is that the scientists who have studied this and the hitchhiker effect have determined that because these craft can bend space and time, they are butting up and creating holes in two other dimensions. In other words, it's the actual mechanism of the craft and how it creates this time-space bubble in a localized fashion around the craft, basically kind of punches a hole into another dimension, and other kinds of entities can make it through into this dimension. He makes the claim that not only is that the case, but that they have developed a device in a laboratory that they can turn on, and it will bend space and time in a localized fashion, opening one of these doorways and allowing the, creatures, let's just call them that. Dr. Greer said they look like something from the ninth circle of hell, literally coming through an interdimensional doorway in a laboratory, and then began to just flail and thrash around this laboratory till they had to be killed. That's what you're talking about. So here, if Dr. Greer isn't lying, and we have no reason to believe he would be at this stage, what's that going to get you at this stage, right? And that is the truth. Then we can begin to really delve into this mystery in a way that we couldn't before. That would mean that the hitchhiker effect that's affecting all of these scientists is caused simply because the craft that they're witnessing and filming and dealing with are literally causing interdimensional activity to occur in this dimension. That activity appears to have the ability to become attached to human consciousness and basically follow it around, become magnetized to it, become quantumly entangled, if you will, with the observer in such a way that it ends up becoming manifest in their reality matrix. It's a very interesting side effect of all of this. And you have statements, from J.D. Vance, who says, according to what he's seen, UFOs are demonic. Well, you can see where these people have that assertion and that opinion, because to them, the allowance of any kind of entity through a dimensional portal into this one has to be coming from hell, because they have religious beliefs that say that. And that seems to back it up, right, to them. And who's to say that in a holographic universe, that in some strange way, shape, or form or fashion, certain religious beliefs aren't correct? I mean, anything's possible, but who knows what the programmers put into the code? We're just now, that's why we study the anomalies and not the static matrix, because the anomalies tell us more about the bars of the cage that we're in than the static fake reality ever will. That's what led me into paranormal research to begin with. And so, if Dr. Greer is right, and the hitchhiker effect can be, classified as a simple side effect of the propulsion of these craft, then that leads us into the theory with a lot of evidence that, in fact, the unified field theory of paranormal activity is correct, because what it stipulates is that there are only two kinds of paranormal activity on this planet. One is activity coming from a type 3 civilization that seeded this planet, and the other is interdimensional in nature. Those are the two branches of the tree that cover all paranormal activity. And it's interesting that we're now beginning to get some, peripheral evidence supporting that theory, which I came up with in my book, Paranormal Planet, 20 years ago. So, if that's the case, then we can begin to make other assertions like ghost activity has to be interdimensional in nature. What then does that tell us about the nature of death? Because it could be telling us that death is a simple phase transition It is a changing of the frequency of your consciousness. And when you change the frequency, you change the channel. And when you change the channel, you enter another dimension. You can call that dimension heaven or hell or just the other side. Who knows how that could be layered? Is it possible that people that have, devout religious beliefs are harmonized and are vibrating at a certain frequency that allows them entry into a dimension that you can't get into without having that particular frequency vibrating through you? Possible. And what we do here is explore these exotic theories within the architecture of the overall rabbit hole. And in this case, the rabbit hole is the hitchhiker effect. So where do we go from here? If his statements are correct and they have ascertained that there is a wide array of paranormal activity caused by the propulsion system of these, alien spacecraft, then that leads us into what I like to comically refer to as the Bonsai theory of the universe. If you've ever seen the 80s movie, horrible, terrible, so bad that it's so good, Buckaroo Banzai, then you'll know what I'm talking about, where they build a craft that can go into another dimension because these creatures keep coming through the dimension and causing havoc on the earth. That's kind of what we're looking at. It looks like, according to statements made by Dr. John Brandenburg to David Paulides, that the Pentagon has taken upon themselves to employ a bunch of scientists to study these interdimensional portals and to be able to try to figure out a way, I'm sure, to weaponize them. Can you think of anything more dangerous than willy-nilly opening up interdimensional portals and allowing life forms to come through those portals? Boy, and your tax money is paying for it. That's the kicker.
Worse yet, how about trapped on the other side of the portal?
Yes. And it could be because I also stipulate in the unified field theory of paranormal activity that the Earth is a paranormal planet. It has a vast quartz crystalline structure making up most of the planet. And when that quartz crystal becomes compressed, it becomes ionized. When it becomes ionized, it emits electromagnetic fields that are strong enough to rip or tear a hole in the electromagnetic membrane that separates this dimension from others. And yes, my friends, you can simply just walk off into another landscape, never to be seen again. That's spooky stuff. I'll never forget one eyewitness I had in the San Luis Valley, South Central Colorado, they call the Disneyland of the paranormal. Spent 20 years doing undercover research in the valley, filming all kinds of activity, witnessing all kinds of activity, and seeing a skinwalker vanish right in front of me. Crazy stuff, right? And I'll never forget one eyewitness who had his home out in the middle of the valley, the longest alpine valley in the world. It is 75 miles long and 50 miles wide, ringed entirely by 14,000-foot mountain peaks. It is like no other place on Earth. And there are 700-foot high sand dunes butting up to snow-capped 14,000-foot mountain peaks that have never been explained by science. This is a mysterious place. And this eyewitness told me he was on his porch one day looking out towards the mountain range over the high desert plain, because that's what it is. It's a high desert plain in between the mountain ranges. And he saw what looked to be a shimmering in the distance, like water, he said, like light through water. And all of a sudden an image began to form. And the image got clearer and clearer, and he could see an entirely different landscape through a window opening. And all of a sudden, an entire scene of cowboys and being chased by Native Americans on horseback appeared before him as though it were happening live. And then it began to shimmer again and went right out of existence. That is a place that has doorways to other times and other places. And who's to say that some of the missing people in some of these areas that have these extremely high quartz crystal deposits don't simply have a doorway open and they just walk off into it, not even realizing what they're doing, only to have the doorway slammed shut behind them, and they're gone forever. I can't imagine a more horrific fate than simply stumbling into an interdimensional doorway and all of a sudden you trip and you look up and you're in a whole other landscape with horrific creatures waiting to devour you. What kind of karma could you have accumulated in a past life to deserve that fate? Right? So, but where this leads us is a very interesting place, because now if we have a thesis through which we can explain the hitchhiker effect, we can then develop, and I'm sure they're in the process of doing this, but you can then develop devices to begin to measure that phenomenon. And what about Skinwalker Ranch? Well, Skinwalker Ranch is very interesting because it is in Skinwalker Ranch that we have what might be a very strange cross-contamination taking place of paranormal activity that somehow is interdimensional in nature, which leads me to believe there's an interdimensional doorway somewhere on the ranch that would explain the completely strange cryptid animals that keep appearing on the ranch. It would explain the UFOs, the cattle mutilations, the poltergeist activity, the entity turning off the cameras all the time, all of that. But what's really weird is that it appears as though what they have under the mesa is a crashed alien craft of some kind. If that craft is intact and there is an alien dead on board, right? I have to ask the really strange paranormal question. Is it possible that that ranch is haunted by an alien ghost? I don't know the answer to that. Can aliens become ghosts? Why do humans become ghosts? And if you had an alien who was a ghost and he's sitting in a craft that could bend space and time and open interdimensional doorways, would that lead to the phenomenon that has plagued the Uinta Basin in Utah these many generations of, indigenous people? The Navajo have always called that area of the Uinta Basin the path of the Skinwalker. The path of the Skinwalker is interesting because that kind of denotes perhaps the landing path of what was an alien craft that became embedded in that mesa and buried over time. And all of a sudden, all this weird paranormal activity begins happening all over that area. Could it be that the propulsion system never really bleeped out that it was still bending space and time, still somehow running, still somehow opening that interdimensional doorway and allowing for the, egress of entities through it and into this reality? What sort of havoc have those entities been up to? It's a really good question. And this is leading us into some really interesting areas of thesis and speculation, but they're educated points of speculation, because we're beginning to get a lot of the pieces of the puzzle that seem to fit together in a very interesting way. And, when the pieces of the puzzle fit together in a way that is eloquent, then you're getting to the truth. So the other form of paranormal activity, and we can't forget this because it's what's causing a lot of the paranormal activity, is interaction with a Type 3 society. A Type 3 society that has apparently already colonized the entire Milky Way galaxy. Think about that. We keep thinking, there's got to be a world here, a society there, what have you. No, I'm talking about a full-fledged on galactic society in full control of the entire thing, all planets. Because if you follow the equations of physicists like Enrico Fermi, that must have taken place by now. The UFO activity we see would be evidence of that having taken place. And when you look at it from that 30,000 foot view, it all begins to make a lot of sense. Now we're in a situation as a seeded population who, by hook or by crook, by Kali Yuga upswing or downswing, have devised ways in which we were able to get our little primate hands on some crazy exotic technology that we can now weaponize and use to bludgeon each other with. So that is the crazy reality matrix that we live in. My speculation would be this. Is the Type 3 society, which these craft are largely artificially intelligent, nanotech, so advanced that they're almost alive, if not living biological creatures of some kind, because that's the ultimate technology. Is it possible that they are aware that we are in possession of some of those craft and we're now using it to do things like open interdimensional doorways? And will that ever lead to some sort of face-to-face interaction with these Type 3 individuals? That's, speculation perhaps for another day. And that brings us to the end of the show, guys. I will see you next week where we'll jump down another amazing rabbit hole, examine the architecture, and come up with some cool theories to try to explain it. Until then, I will see you on the radio.
All right. Great job. Don't know what
Thank
Nancy
you.
has prepared for us, but I'm sure it'll be good. Hang with me for
Miss
a little bit until we
Nancy.
get going here.
Sure. Miss Nancy, I got a cool atrium going in here. I will show it to you one day when I'm finally finished putting in all the plants and everything. It's going to be really cool.
Yep.
An atrium off the silo in the wastelands.
All right, we just cleared the TMV, so let me get Nancy going here in just a minute. Thanks again. Great show,
Yes,
and I'll
sir.
get this up and out later on.
Sounds good. I will get it up on YouTube, and still got to get you that code, but let's
Yeah.
get that done. All right.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll
No
talk
problem.
to you later.
Take care.
All right.
All right.
You too.
Bye. All right, that was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency coming up. That's right. The Legion of Chaos with the Vixen's Vault. Let's see what Nancy Planetta has tonight with her group. Let me switch us over. Oh yeah, the dogs are having a good time right now, as you can hear. Hey, calm down, guys. And I'm going to get Nancy and her Legion of Chaos rolling for the Vixen's Vault. There we go.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good so far. Let's see here. I don't know if Naroki can come in or not. I see him on there, and Chris too.
Hey, Vic.
Hey, Nancy.
Hey,
Hey,
Vic
Vic
just
and
in
Mark.
case.
Hey, Dave.
How's it going?
It's good. Been kind of. Go ahead.
Interesting dreams you had there. You wrote down because, you know what I had heard about 30 years ago that the city of Baltimore, the port, was going to get something.
You know, it's just crazy because now they're talking about drone attack. Like they have Key West on a high alert because they're concerned about mass drone attacks. And I'm like, I didn't see drones. That is not what I saw.
How you feeling tonight there, Mark?
Hey, Mark.
Hi.
You feeling okay, Mark?
Yeah. Feeling a lot more healthier. That's to say, I'm feeling a lot more healthier.
Have another joint. You'll be okay.
Still got a bit of a full throat, and this left ear is a bit blocked at the moment, but I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I'll tell you, allergy. I don't know about you guys over there, but I can tell you, Dave and I are getting killed by allergies down here. Just killed. It is horrible.
No, it was a cold. Oh, it is a cold. I'm one of these people that never suffer from colds once every 2+ years. But when I do, Jesus, I'm tired.
Yeah. Yeah.
Down for the count.
Yep. Your immunity system's like, what the bloody hell?
What's going on?
Oh boy, yeah, but isn't that weird, Mark? As soon as I started seeing all this, motion about Cuba, I was like, oh no, shit, because I know that's the third. I've had the dream 3 times now.
Wow.
The only difference was the third time I had it, I did not see explosions in the third one.
All right.
Which I did in the first and second.
30 seconds or so, and then we're going to get going.
Been more interested in British politics, so I've not really taken any notice of what's happening in Cuba.
Well, we kind of strangled them. Let's just be very honest. We kind of blockaded them from not being able to get any resources, food, water, oil, you name it, they cannot get it.
Okay, here's your countdown.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, May the 20th, 2026. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'd like to welcome you all to the show, and I will tell you happily, I am noticing the change in the timing with the sunrise and the sunset, telling us that we are moving into the solstice months. Yay! What do the solstice months indicate? That we're heading into winter after that. And in Florida, that means you have maybe a 1-month window of maybe cold, a little bit cold here and there, but you get 3 days of cold weather and then you're up to like 85 degrees for the next 5 days. And then, of course, our trees go into this bipolar existence where they're pollinating for 5 days, then they die. And then 3 days later, they're pollinating again because they forgot they pollinated. And honest to God, I am not joking. For the last month, I cannot even begin to tell you the amount of pollen that we've had here on the central west coast of Florida. I can tell you that I have a good foot of pollen in my driveway from the oak trees alone. And the palm trees are literally growing like usually you have what are called palm nuts on palm trees, depending on what type of palm it is, because we have, I think it's like 50 or 60 different types. But these palm nuts usually come down and they fall, towards the summertime. You break your feet on them on the ground. It's like an ice skating rink. But they're flowering. I mean, I'm literally standing at my mom's house yesterday looking up going, oh no, Mom, your trees are flowering. Oh, dear God. No, not more pollen. Oh, please. And, of course, that brings the bees. And I have seen more bees this year and love bugs than I have seen in, like, a decade. And, Dave, I got to tell you, today, here's Raphael trying to catch all the love bugs because they get everywhere. They get in the house. They get everywhere.
Yep.
And he's trying to catch them.
Driving.
Yep. And he's trying to gently release them outside. He goes, but they're sweet little bugs. I'm like, they're having sex. Seriously, Ruffy? They're glued together, back end to back end. One's flying one way, one's flying the other way. That's how they end up going sideways into the house. But then he realized how much splatter he had on his windshield. He was like, what's all that gook all over the windshield? I'm like, those are the love bugs that you're hitting. And, just give it another week or so, it's going to be June bugs. But those suckers you can hear. They hit your windshield, they literally go splat. We've seen nuts go everywhere on your windshield. So, and it's darn near impossible to get the stuff off. Like, I actually have a bottle of Goo Gone in my car for June bug season.
Is it that bad?
Dude, the guts from these bugs are like, if you try more than a mile and a half with the guts of those bugs on your windshield, good luck getting it off. I mean, you got to get a scraper to get them. It's horrible. But welcome to. Hey, at least we're getting rain. Like the last 3 days where I live, we've gotten our summer afternoon showers, which we haven't gotten in like 2 years. It has been literally the most bipolar weather in Florida, and that's why I keep saying it's not natural. It's just not natural. I mean, you used to be able to set a clock by Florida thunder showers in the summer, and it was just because of the way the winds go, the way the currents are going, the warmth of the Gulf and the Atlantic side. Yeah, and the way the storms converge. Wherever the sea breeze is, that's where the storms are going to start. And whichever way the winds are blowing, it's either going to go east or west. That is how it works in Florida. Oh, God, nope. Last 2 years, it has been hit or miss. You never knew if you're going to get morning showers, if you were going to get any showers at all. But not only has the last 3 days, the forecasts were, maybe a 4 to 11% chance of rain, and God help me, by like 5 in the afternoon, the ground is shaking. And, I mean, the storms are coming in hot and heavy. And they're the real thunderbursts. They're coming in, they're dumping a ton of rain, and then they're gone. So the only thing that bothers me with this is the mosquitoes and the ticks, which for some...
You heard
Dave,
about ticks?
No, dude, they're out of control.
Yeah,
people are starting to seriously freak out about it.
Yeah,
and
they're dropping boxes of ticks places.
They've been doing that. I've talked about that on this show before. They've been doing that for about 8 months now, dropping boxes of ticks in the farmlands. And they kept saying, oh, that's not true. It's conspiracy theory. Oh, we wouldn't do that. And then, of course, they get caught doing it.
Yeah.
And suddenly they can't deny it. And, of course, it traces back to guess who? Just take a while. Who modifies mosquitoes and ticks?
Bill Gates.
Genetically. You got it. Oxytec. And how do I know that? Because Dave and I live in the dumb state of Florida that was part of the Oxytec experiments 10 years ago that totally screwed us. And yep, they keep doing it. And now you've got these Texas ticks that are literally, what are they? The deer ticks.
They're
literally
a little white spot on them. They get a little
Yeah,
white spot.
and if they bite you, you can't eat meat and have dairy anymore.
They are carrying a virus that causes a complete allergy to meat. Now, who makes non-meat products? Fake meat. Who does that? Who has a big company that makes fake meat products? Just think really hard, folks. His initials are BG.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates,
yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I just sit back and I think, how much more? And you can't say this is anecdotal. We it's gone past anecdotal at this point.
Oh, he's just dimming the sun. That's all. Come on, Nancy.
Doesn't Bill Gates also produce beef products?
Well,
I'm saying
tick at a Texas.
Somebody's got their speakers on. Yeah, that's scary. Somebody's got their speakers on in the background, and now it just stopped. And Mark, I can't hear you.
It could have been me.
You look so cute. There you go.
Could have been me. Could have been me. I just muted myself just then.
Bill Gates, he has a huge company that produces artificial beef. He's also backed another company that does 3D beef, which is like...
He also produce actual beef products as well.
He's buying up farmland, but they're saying that, see, again, you have to... This is so insidious. I don't understand how nobody's, really hitting the horn, because y'all remember during COVID, I kept pushing the fact that the meat processing plants were being shut down, and the ones that were open were burning.
Right.
And it's like, I kept saying, this is very problematic, because now they're slaughtering our cows with nothing going to market, because there's nowhere to process the meat. So all these farmers are losing tons of heads of cattle. You got Bill Gates with this little experimental thing buying up their farmland now dirt cheap because they have no cattle to sell. And I'm sorry. I'm not an idiot. I can add 1 + 1 and see who's coming out with the profit here. It's
also, it's not only Bill Gates, but it's also the data industry. It's the data data.
Yep.
Centers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's hard, but it's as obvious as the nose on your face, is what I'm saying. And yet nobody hits it in the mainstream media. Nobody talks about it. And here our meat prices are going higher and higher, and the quality of the meat is horrible. I mean, some of this beef, I'm looking at it going, you got to be kidding me. I'm not paying that kind of money for a steak, and the steak is looking like it's got cancer or something. So
how big is the Brazil or the Latin American, Brazilian and Argentinian market, beef markets in the US?
A lot of our restaurants now are starting to get their meat from Argentina specifically, and mainly because there's not a lot available on our markets. And like I said, COVID really shot up, and I knew that was definitively on purpose because, like I said, they were shutting down a lot of the processing facilities because of COVID awareness and, we have to be careful, 6-foot rule, can't process the beef, infection. So they shut down 70 to 80% of the facilities for that. The ones that remained open, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a fire every 2 weeks of a processing facility.
Well,
and it's wow.
Fire was to get rid of the bad ones, the ones that were processing the fake stuff.
No, the whole damn facility was burning down. I mean, it's
Didn't they have a huge fire wasn't there a huge fire in West Texas and it was they lost 80% of the beef?
Yep.
Out there.
Yep. And now we're looking at the point. But now we're looking at the point where we're 3 or 4 years past a lot of that, and we should have fully stocked, herds now again. And yet, you got to remember, right after that, what happened, guys? Do you remember? Do you remember what quote unquote disease supposedly was going rampant through our cattle. It was jumping it was bird flu. Remember? Bird flu was jumping into our cattle specifically, and they were killing off the herds.
Yeah, but that has
That's what
nothing
I'm
to
saying.
do with
It's
the
like-
90% of the food processing plants that are owned by the Chinese, right?
No, of course not. No. Or the fact that, Purdue Chicken, oh, God. In 2017, Purdue Chicken started exporting all of their chicken products. The chicken's raised here in the United States. It gets exported to China to be processed. How retarded is that?
That's pretty retarded.
I mean, you just sit there and think about that and think, wait a minute, so what? Wait. So what are they killing the chickens here, freezing them, sending them over to China, having China pluck and process them and send them back? Nobody's seeing anything wrong with that picture?
Yeah.
That's what they did with the eggs. They sent the eggs over there to be packaged.
Yeah, and now we've got eggs that look like they came out of a Jell-O mold. Like, I have fresh eggs. I have chickens. So it's like, my babies are organic, man. They get everything organic.
And big.
Yep, they're
beautiful.
big, healthy birds, and they lay big, beautiful eggs, and their eggs are a nice, like, orange, goldish yellow. And, my daughter sometimes has to buy from the grocery store, and she's like, she won't do it anymore. She'll call me and go, Mom, those eggs, they taste like chemicals. She goes, after I eat your eggs, and then I have some of those eggs, I'm like, ugh.
Well,
she's like, so
you're supposed to have plastic in them.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
It's crazy.
All I can say is, thank God I live in the UK. So this is one good benefit of living in Britain.
It is.
Food standards,
You guys have better standards, and actually Russia kicks all of our butts with food standard. Like, their food standards are incredible in Russia, and I give Putin that hands down. No GMOs, no nothing in Russia. And I'm like, good for you. You kicked it all out. Your people may not live long because of other things, but at least they're going to get good quality food. But here in the States, no. And like I said, I think a lot of New Zealand's one of the Five Eyes, baby. And it's actually home to the Five Eyes. So, yeah, it's going to get the best of everything.
I know.
And that's, I always say that. It's people don't want to hear me say it, but I'm like, go look it up.
Well,
their home, that is home.
2004, their milk was fantastic.
I know lamb isn't really a very common meat in the US, but what is lamb production like in the US?
Depends. We do have, like, my area where I'm at, we have a really good lamb production. We have a lot of lamb raised in this area, but only because we also support the largest Greek community in the United States. I'm right next to Tarpon Springs, Florida, which is the largest Greek community. And they eat lamb like it is going out of style. So, I mean, gyros are made of lamb. And I remind people that all the time. Gyros, that is lamb. And it's thinly sliced lamb that's rotisseried.
I did not know that. Huh.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. And they're incredible. I love gyros. I can eat gyros all day, all night. It's one of my favorite foods. And I get them traditionally, like in Tarpon, it's traditional Greek food. It is not Americanized. It is completely traditional. So, I mean, you go there, you order squid, you are getting squid like you're going to get over in Mykonos. So it's kind of cool having somebody like that so close by. Yeah. But in the same respect, yeah, you definitely get a real good handle on what lamb is supposed to taste like versus what they try to sell you. But it's, but everything here, and Mark, I got to tell you, I think a lot of reasons why the states fail so epically with their food production is, A, the FDA got bought out a long time ago. B, they're basically catering to over 50% of our population that's on food stamps. And the way it's kind of looked at by the industry is, well, the taxpayers paying for most of that food anyway through the food stamps, so we're going to give them the cheapest, let them buy the cheapest, greatest crap they possibly can, which kills me. I mean, we just recently here in the States, they just recently removed the ability of people on food stamps to buy junk food. Because before,
I was just going to say, you've also got a mentality, a larger mentality of eating out in fast food takeaways and.
I would say yes, but that is tapered. COVID kind of tapered that off a little bit with the fast food restaurants, only because fast food restaurants very quickly caught up expense-wise to like going out to a real restaurant. Like if you go through, in fact, my daughter was complaining about this the other day. She went through a Wendy's drive-through. She has 3 children. She bought 3 kids' meals, a meal for herself, and a meal for her boyfriend. She spent almost $60 in a Wendy's drive-through.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
She's like, I could have taken the kids out for pizza and paid half that and had a better product.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What happens?
I don't know. Dude, I paid almost $14 for a dozen donuts at Dunkin' the other day. I was like, what? What are they, gold?
Oh,
I mean, what
are you kidding?
You gotta be kidding me. I mean, that's over $1 a donut, for real. Yeah. But it's, yep. I was like, I'm going back to Publix. They make better donuts anyway. So, that's you guys over there in England. You don't have Publix. See, Publix actually started in my state, and they have like the best bakery for a grocery store chain. Their bakeries are insane. Like the fresh baked goods every day. It's all fresh baked donuts, all of it, and oh my god, to die for. Really good bakeries. Like. I get all my kids' birthday cakes there. It's wonderful.
In your specific area, what's the independence like? I mean, independent bakeries and butchers. Or don't
we
you
actually have? No. We do. We have quite a few actually. We've got a lot of Italian butchers, and Italian and Greek. You're going to find a lot of their base butcher shops, and actually, if you go into Tampa. Then you're looking at the Cuban butchers. And let me tell you something. You want to get a good deal. I always say that I'll drive all the way to Ybor City to go to a meat market because A, they know how to carve their beef correctly. B, the portions are beautiful. And C, it's done every day that they do it right in front of you. I'm like, and you're paying half the price that you pay in anywhere else. And I don't know if it's because it's trying to cater to its community over there or what it is, but it's worth the drive. But we do have a lot of butcher shops here.
Yeah, I just asked because I was having a conversation with somebody else in the US the other day, and the only sort of grocery shopping he tends to do is in Walmart.
God, no. No, especially not produce. No, and no. I have a flea market not far from me. It's all farmers market produce. I go there for my produce. Publix has got beautiful produce, but it also costs you an arm and a leg. But no. Oh God, no, not Walmart. Walmart's great for cat food, cat litter.
Do you do Aldi's? Do you have Aldi's down there?
Every once in a while, I'll go to Aldi's. They sometimes I have a brand new one close to me, and their produce can be really beautiful in there.
Yeah.
But it's not. It just depends on what time of the year it is. It's not constant. I do like the fact that I can get like German foods, very specific German foods at Aldi's, things that are hard to get anywhere else. So that to me makes it kind of worth it, but I don't go there all the time. It's not something on my to-do list.
Aldi's
usually
in
$1
the UK as well, but
cheaper
it's
and everything.
too far away from where I live. But there was another German supermarket, Lidl's, in the UK, which isn't that far away from me. And yeah, sausages and cheese, especially.
Yep. Yep. So I know actually, it's so funny because I do travel a lot all over the country, and it is different as to where you're at. Like here, I can buy fresh made chorizo sausage, which is something that's a Latino thing. It's a very specific type of spicing in the sausage. But if I go like to Georgia, I can't find chorizo sausages pretty much anywhere. I have to go to like the international aisle in the store to find it. And it's always the frozen stuff. I'm like, I don't want the frozen stuff. I want the fresh pack stuff. But yeah, it is really culturally dependent on where you are. But I don't even know how much longer that's going to last. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of. I was just reading up today about the data centers and how much farmland they're taking to do these stupid AI data centers that are popping up everywhere. In fact, we have one not far from us. I can see it. It's like 10 miles from us, and I can see the skyline where the center's at because it's lighter than where we're at. So it's like you can see it's that bright. And I remember looking at Ralphie going, we're in a major drought right now in Florida. We are in like literally the highest level of drought we could possibly be in. I said, and these data centers are going through water like it's nobody's business, like constant, because it has to be cooled. It's a data center. I said, and but the people are being told, don't water your lawns, don't wash your cars, don't take showers, don't do this, don't do that. Yet that water at the data center is going constantly, 24/7. And the developers, when they're building, constant water.
Funny enough, on one of Mudge's Friday shows, just last week we were talking about US data centers, and I brought up the points that I can't remember which state it was, but there's one being something like 400 acre.
Utah.
Yeah, Utah. And the senator in that area is saying, yeah, there is going to be plenty of jobs. But I pointed out that in a lot of these data centers, it's plenty of jobs for a very short term. Whilst the infrastructure is being built, and then once the data centers up and operational, you've got a skeleton staff.
Yep, and they know that. That's, in fact, I know my area is starting to push back on the data centers. Simply, again, mainly they're using the drought as the reason why. But the droughts are only going to last so long. You got to come up with a different reason, which would be A, it's taking all the farmland away. B, what's not being taken up by data centers is now being taken up by developers, and good luck during the summer when there's no trees to block some of this heat. You think it's hot now? Wait. And not only that, these data centers put off a tremendous amount of heat. So it's like, what are you thinking? I mean, you're selling everybody out, but I can tell you, I got to take us out to break in a minute, but I will tell you, there is a city that fought their data centers successfully, which is almost impossible to do. But the reason what they did was they pulled one of the clauses out of the 2024 NDAA, which forbids technology from China to be used in anything that stores or is capable of any kind of government oversight. It's a national security issue. And all these data centers are built with Chinese components. So if there's even one component that's Chinese, it makes it, nope. It's a no-fly zone. And a city in Texas actually sued the data center and won because of the 2024 NDAA. So there is hope, but it's just a matter of who is going to be smart enough to jump on that bandwagon, fight back, and who has the money, because you got to have deep pockets to go after these guys. Who's going to get a backer that can go after them? Because there's not going to be anything left if they continue on this route. That's, you want 15-minute cities. Why? So we're closer together, so the data's in one area? I mean, how are you going to feed them all if you got data centers everywhere? Are you going to feed us Bill Gates artificial meat? Because that's going to kill us. With that, I got to take us out to our first break. When we return, we are going to talk UFOs, UAPs, whatever they call them nowadays. I don't even keep track anymore because the name changes like every couple of years. Hang in there, folks. We'll be back with more Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Good. Hey, Nancy, are you using the same microphone as you always do? Because you are like really scratchy sounding tonight, like you're on the phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hold on. I would have thought it would have been better because I actually got a boom mic now. Hang on.
Yeah, but you could have it turned up too loud.
Hold on. Gotta take it down.
Hey, Mark, where the area that I live at, they're about not even 45 minutes northwest of me. Bill Gates has, or the foundation has 10,000 acres of farmland. And I said, well, so what do they do with the food? They said they donate it and they send it all down to South America.
Yep. None of it comes to
We don't even
the
see
United
it.
States at all. In fact,
Yeah.
he's put something out that do not sell local.
Yep, and they ship it all down to South America. All I don't know what they grow up there, and I mean, it's all fenced off. I mean, can you imagine 10,000 acres and they got a fence around it,
Yeah.
all the way around it.
Everything from wheat to corn, any kind of grain, most likely.
Yeah,
along
probably.
with
I've not,
along with, cattle, most likely.
yeah, probably.
Is that any better, Mark?
No, it's still scratchy. I don't know.
All right, give me a minute.
Yeah, even Larry was saying, I'm like, and Wobbly, where they were like, hey man, it's a little overmodulating. I'm like,
I increased my speaker volume up because my ear at the moment, so it's wide about 20%. So yeah, it could be some feedback coming from me as well.
No, this is specifically right now coming from Nancy.
Is that any better?
Yeah, turn it down another notch and you're good. Or whatever you were doing.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yay!
Like
I think I got
Nancy Planetta again.
There we go.
Instead of
There we
AI.
go. Oh my God! It's weird too because I got the new microphone and I got the new headset because my headset was starting to fall apart. So I was like, oh, I'll get a new one. And I looked at it, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This thing's got like 50 million different buttons on it.
In settings, yeah.
So, yep. And of course, Android doesn't exactly give you a format to test things. I'm like, how am I going to test this?
Well, we just did that.
Yay!
Solved it. Yeah.
No,
so
it's
did you
okay,
guys
Wobbly.
read?
I'm glad you caught it. Otherwise, I would have had to do some sound magic when I took and edited later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wobbly.
Yeah, and Larry too.
Larry, my darling Larry.
Larry's over on YouTube. Wobbly's in the Kick Chat, and we got the Great Conspiracy restreaming us tonight.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you guys get a chance to read the paper I wrote?
A little bit.
About it's a long one.
Yeah.
But it does make the cross connections between Elvis Presley, the WOW signal, the ARPA 7, which is not confirmed, but it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, ARPANET. That goes back to Ike, Dwight Eisenhower, and that was ARPANET's like the military predecessor of the internet, and basically the birthplace of DARPA. So it's interesting because when I saw that ARPA 7 drop, and that, believe it or not, that's on multiple hackers forums.
Okay, here comes your countdown. All right.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is May the 20th, 2026. It is exactly 9:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. I'd like to welcome you all back to the show. Hopefully you can understand me now. My microphone is behaving appropriately. If not, Larry, please knock on Mark's head and tell him to tell me to adjust again. But thank you all for the heads up that it was overmodulated. I have a new headset with a boom mic on it and, yeah, a million different buttons. So apparently I didn't modulate it correctly. Hopefully you can hear me better now. With that, let's get back to the show. I know we were talking Bill Gates conspiracies, being fed crappy meat. Cuba threatening to blow the hell out of us. Yeah, but interestingly, I didn't get to talk about this on the show last week. I did write a paper about it, but I didn't get to talk about it on the show, and that was the drop about basically, we talk about the underweb, or the dark web, underweb. There's multiple names that have been given to the dark web over the years. In fact, on the IRC, it was just certain chat rooms, but that's going back, 30 plus years. But there's always been a suspicion that there was a completely separate communications line that was internet related, but it had nothing to do with our internet. That is something I can tell you I have heard rumors about since the 1990s. Literally, that there was a second internet that was used by not just the military, but other people. Well, last week, as you guys know, we had the UFO files drop. We had a lot of things going on. In fact, yesterday, Trump went kind of bipolar on Truth Social, and he was dropping basically memes of him walking with aliens. And I was like, well, there you go. Okie dokie. That's par for the course right now. But it did not take away from the fact that on multiple hacker forums, multiple, not just one. I'm a member of, I'm a member of at least 50 different hacker forums, but I mean, almost every single one simultaneously was posting the same information, which was that there had been a leak and that a contractor had stated that there was a second internet, and it's called ARPA 7. And it's a parallel line that came off of ARPANET. For those of you who are not aware of what ARPANET is, those of us who are into computers in the States are very well aware of it. ARPANET was a secondary, well, it was the primary internet system set up under Dwight David Eisenhower. It is the prelude to our modern day internet, but it was made for the government and military. Strict protocols were used, and I always found it very interesting because they began work on ARPANET in 1954, which is the same exact year that Eisenhower disappeared, supposedly for a dental appointment. And we found out that all weird things were supposed to have happened, like a treaty with aliens, all these things. And everybody kind of scoffed at it. And I got to tell you, I've been listening to people scoff at those rumors for years. And then I talked to Laura Eisenhower. Laura Eisenhower is Dwight David Eisenhower's great-granddaughter. She 1,000% says, yep, it happened. Yes, it happened. Don't be fooled by the way they deflect it. When they're deflecting that hard, it's because they don't want you looking that hard. And I always kind of tuck that into my knowledge base. And okay, so it could have happened. Maybe it did. Maybe we didn't. But we do know that there was lots of activity in Antarctica. Following that, we do know that ARPANET came about right on the tails of that. They started development in 1954, right after, supposedly, Dwight David Eisenhower disappeared. And we were never told, and David, you should know about that, never told what happened, where he went officially. Unofficially, they spread the rumor that he had been at a dental appointment. What the heck? But nobody could apparently find the President of the United States. And of course, unofficially, the rumors had gone about that there was a secret meeting at one of our Air Force base. I think it was Eglin Air Force Base, where he had met with aliens. Okay.
Just a minor point on what you're saying. When you said the internet, we aren't talking about the World Wide Web. We aren't talking about HTTP protocol,
right?
The web, and that didn't happen until 93, 92.
Oh no, that you're being told. It didn't happen until 1992. The internet was actually kind of about in the 80s, and I know that because my dad was on it. Yeah, but my dad was on web portals in the 80s, but he was a DoD contractor, and I can tell you that what my dad was working on came directly out of ARPANET, and I know that for a fact. That's why I said a lot of the stuff I can go back to things I was told from my father that he could tell me. Now, there's a lot I don't know about my father, which makes it a little bit more disturbing, I think. But there were things he could talk about as, different, I guess you say more and more progress was made into technology and advanced. But he was one of the people that really kind of seared it into me that what we use as consumers is so outdated to our military and government. It's like, kick it down the road, that can's 50 years old. That's how more advanced they are than we are, which is crazy.
Just to be more specific, when you're talking about the internet, you're talking about protocols like Gopher.
We're talking the very, very beginning internet protocols, which would be HTTP. Correct. CPOP. Yep. So, but again, you forget these guys were working on Lotus and Fortran. back in the 80s. And they were communicating back and forth. So again, they had their own protocols set up that was a precursor to what was generally opened up to the public. That's why I always say we kind of laugh and we talk about the internet being the wild, wild west, and there shouldn't be any laws to guide the internet. But I always thought the internet was a definitive government experiment, definitively government controlled. And I always thought it's the same thing with me with cryptocurrency. And Dave will back me up on that, Mark. I've said that for decades. Since cryptocurrency started emerging, I've said that careful, because yeah, the powers that be are the one thing that they're going to be super careful about and protective of is going to be money. I mean, they control pretty much every aspect of money, gold, silver, all of it. It's controlled. What do you think? That some, you know, some inventor out of nowhere is going to write a white paper that's suddenly going to make this completely uncontrollable form of currency? Are you out of your minds? No.
The US has only just recently stated that cryptocurrencies are financial assets. Within the last couple of years.
But they've been using them.
And most of the world, Europe especially, still and UK, doesn't treat cryptocurrency as financial assets at the present moment.
But here's the fun part. You don't have to be in the UK. You can own Bitcoin in the UK and still be a billionaire and cash out in other countries.
It's only when you convert it into fiat currency it becomes a financial asset.
Mm-hmm. But this is what
I know
I'm saying.
in the US it's slightly different, but for the majority of the world,
my problem with it, Mark, from the beginning, was that it's a black market. It was an unregulated black market for our government to be able to launder money through unimpeded because of the freedom of Bitcoin, the freedom of this, the freedom of that. And you know what? When BlackRock started with the ETFs, I looked at Raphael, I was like, I told you. It's the government. I was like, and as soon as they found a way to spin it, control it, I said, suddenly BlackRock's got these ETFs that are coming out. I said, they're going to control the mining. I said, once the mining's controlled, I said, you can talk about nodes all day long. You can sit there and talk about rendering the sheets all day long. But the fact is, he who controls the mining controls the crypto. It's that simple. I was like, that's why China was such a big concern to everybody. Why? Because China had these gigantic Bitcoin mines going under the Three Gorges Dam, being completely powered by the Three Gorges Dam. I said that they were totally, like, they had a huge point in the market because they were mining all the Bitcoin. Then it went to Iran. I said Iran started, I think that's one of the reasons why they wanted into Iran, because Iran is literally mining a ton of Bitcoin. And they're taking power from their residents to do it. So, again, it's really strange, but I'm like, you don't understand how this government works. It's not legitimate. When you sit there and...
It gets quite complicated because of regulatory bodies and different countries and laws.
Regulations were made for people like you and me. That's where you're not getting it. They make regulations for people like me, you, Vicky, and and millionaires. But then when you start getting up to the billionaire status and governments, no, the regulations don't apply to them. And
what about the grammar?
Because well, come on. Best example of this would be the insider trading of our Congress, and the excuse that Johnson gave the other day. I almost choked when I heard that. When the Speaker of the House came back with, insider trading is to guarantee our Congress people a way to provide for their families. I'm like, what? Excuse me?
What? That's crap.
So you get what? You give them an inside track to make how much money? Are you kidding me right now? No, and no.
Did somebody record that?
Yep, it is recorded.
I hope they
he was trying to make an excuse for it. It's like, there's no excuse for that. People get arrested for that. If you're a normal citizen, you get caught insider trading, you are going to jail. Do not pass go.
Yep. Yep.
So
Do
it's,
not
yeah,
collect
it's
200 Bitcoin.
rules for thee, but not for me. And it's like, no, I think and it's funny because I keep saying, as much as you guys can hate Trump all you want, the more he's doing, like they're saying, well, Trump was trading, stocks. Da, 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 da. Well, yeah, I know that's why you put a spotlight on the insider trading, because you thought Trump was trading stocks. And guess what? Now the country is talking about it, even though how long have we known that Congress is allowed to insider trade?
30, 40 years at least.
Yep. But now it's a hot topic because
Yeah.
Trump was said to have done it. And I said it's a genius. It's a horrible way to get attention to things, but it's a genius move in the same respect. Like half this country would not be aware of the actual ridiculousness of what Israel does sometimes if Trump hadn't said, I love Bibi Netanyahu. Truest statement you will ever hear. He brought attention to he says he loves it. It puts a spotlight on it. And everybody suddenly is digging up all the things that are wrong with it.
Right.
Yay! Because we've been trying to tell you for 30 years that this was wrong. So it's like, I said to somebody, I don't care. I don't care how the information gets out. I really don't. I really don't. Just as long as you people finally understand that there's a crap ton of corruption that needs to be dealt with. Cool. I'm good with it. We're on the same page. Yay. Even Cuba.
Psychology.
Yeah, even Cuba. I'm like, everybody's talking about, well, Cuba this and Cuba that. Oh, they're threatening us with drones. Da, 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 da. How'd they get the drones? Well, we've been telling you that China's been sitting in Cuba for, I don't know, a decade now. Oh, and wait, we forget that if you go back, about 12 years, somehow Obama managed to ship a huge shipment of Stinger missiles to Cuba accidentally.
Whoops.
Stinger missiles.
Sure.
And they never got them back.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, yeah, you realize Cuba's 90 miles off the Florida coast, right? And Stinger missiles can go a lot longer distance than 90 miles. So, yeah, that's a concern. A big one. And now we're finding out Cuba was involved with some of the election tampering. Well, gasp. They were connected to who? Venezuela, because Venezuela was supplying Cuba with oil. It's, again, there's a map. You can trace it backwards. And it's like, so now you guys are figuring that out? Well, welcome to the reality of where the rest of us have been for, I don't know, a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of waiting for you guys to stop saying, Trump bad, Orange Man bad. You're still going to say that, but at least you want the right things fixed now. Yay! Idiots.
I know. It's kind of crazy.
It's, and like I said, you may not like how it's going. In fact, my mother was saying today, I don't agree with what Donald Trump's doing right now. It's like, you're not supposed to agree with it, some of it, Mom. That's the idea. You're supposed to say, stop that. Because, you're a citizen who's read the Constitution. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. I said, what Trump is doing is making the rest of society, the whole other 90% that's never even looked at the Constitution, become familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and yeah, I said, and it's not going to end. I said, you've got another couple weeks left, and I'm telling you, they're going to pull it out. I said, you've got Cuba with Guantanamo down there. I said, Guantanamo expanded to 4 times what it was. That was not for illegal immigrants. I'm just going to put that out there for you, folks. Nope. Had nothing to do with putting illegal immigrants in Guantanamo Bay. How do we know that? Because we already had our little alligator immigration system here in Florida. There's 2 huge places that are actually shutting down now in Florida because we don't need them anymore. So we had 2 huge facilities here. We didn't need Guantanamo.
Right.
So, yeah, why else would Guantanamo have expanded? Long before Trump came into office, by the way. That expansion started back in 2018.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because of where it's located and the sort of political neutrality it provides, or the location provides.
But again, 2018, we were already done with ISIS. Trump had ISIS well under control in 2018, and that was the whole Al-Qaeda and ISIS were the reason for Guantanamo.
Right.
Because they did not want to bring those guys. This is what we were told. They did not want terrorists on American soil.
Correct.
So they put up a neutral spot in Cuba called Guantanamo Bay, which everybody should have questioned to begin with because, hello, Cuba, anybody here? Knock, knock, knock. Supposed to be our enemy. Hello.
Technically, that base is on U.S. soil.
But how did we end up with
if you look
U.S.
at the end.
soil, Mark? But technically,
Where'd you go?
Where'd you go, Nance? Hello?
yep, that was, I don't know what just happened. I got knocked off.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, how did that happen? How did we end up with a base in an enemy country? Because we're not even allowed to travel to Cuba. I mean, U.S. citizens, that's a no-fly zone. We were during Obama, which, you know, kind of gave up Obama's hand a little bit, that idiot. Let's open up the peace with Cuba. And yeah, what was he doing? He was double dealing with Cuba. So, yeah, it kind of put a big X on Raul Castro's head. Good job, Obama. So now, like I said, we've got Guantanamo down there, which is 4 times its normal size. And, yep, we don't have problems with ISIS, ISIL, Al-Qaeda. Nope, we're not taking prisoners anymore. So who's in that jail? That huge jail? Very good question.
Traitors.
Yep. And you used to be able to access the I used to be able to access the military's calendar for Guantanamo Bay because I was laughing during COVID. They had postponed all their trials. Now you can't access their calendar. And it's like, okay, that's supposed to be a public access thing. So why has the access been cut? Very interesting. Like I said, there's little things happening where I'm like, that makes no sense. That's unless they're gearing up for something and it's just going to be this bomb drop where guess what? There's going to be lots of treason trials.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where it looks like it's heading. And now we have the Massey election where, you know, once again, I started noticing before the election, I was questioning, what is Fox News doing? Why is Fox News supporting a candidate over another candidate? Why is the White House doing that? Why is Pete Hegseth doing that? That's completely inappropriate. So why are they doing these things they know go against the rules? They're specifically targeting Massey, and it's making everybody pay attention to.
We lost you again.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier on John's show, and the guy that Trump backed is kind of a war hawk type guy.
Oh, is he really?
Oh yeah.
I didn't read anything about him, Mark. I don't know. I don't know much about him. Yeah, haven't been following it. Yeah, because it's like Nancy was saying. I mean, you know, we always had a naval port down there. I think after the Bay of Pigs, wasn't that when we set up?
Yeah,
Guantanamo
I don't
Bay?
think we ever gave that portion up.
Yeah,
well, again, though, but it makes you want to question why not. If we lost,
the Monroe Doctrine says we can do it. Why not keep it?
That's right. But why, if Cuba had such a hard-on for us, why did they not? And with the Bay of Pigs being basically an encouragement, why was nothing done? Why was Guantanamo allowed to stay? It doesn't make sense. When you really think about it politically, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but wasn't Guantanamo a large naval port?
It is a larger naval port, but we have a bigger naval port in Puerto Rico, which is directly south.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. In fact, don't you remember the bombing in Puerto Rico at the naval port? In fact, I actually had a friend who was involved in that. He was injured in it.
Yeah, I wonder how many times they went to alert there during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yep.
Also, there's the hearts and minds thing. If you've got a base within Cuba, then if we remind the Cubans that you still exist. Still.
But that's a confusing message, Mark, because even here, because I'm in Florida. We're in the the wet foot, dry foot country here in Florida, where we get boatloads of them sometimes. And actually, I think during Trump's first administration, he canceled wet foot, dry foot. And one of the reasons he did that was because the Haitians were coming in with the Cubans. And it was ridiculous because Haitians are.
I don't know that much about it.
Lost you, Nancy. What? I don't know what's going on over in your end. But
It's what is literally. No, it's not that. It's literally we're having issues with the 5G towers where I'm at, and my router runs off 5G too. So I'm like, great. It's been happening for like the last week. But I mean, literally, you got the Haitians coming in. Haitians are like wild animals, and I'm not playing. They are completely different than any other Caribbean group we've had come in. And if you remember a couple of years back, they were making fun of the Haitians up in Ohio. They were eating dogs, cats, geese, swans, pretty much anything they could get their hands on. And I remember the press making a big deal about saying, that's racist. It's not true. Oh, no, yes, it's true. Dave and I live in Florida, and we can tell you, they go out, they'll take, in fact, we had a huge problem down here with our horse ranches.
Well, the
Haitians were taking and killing the horses.
There's a huge reason why the Dominicans built a big wall to divide them on the island. All right? To keep them out,
Yep.
Because they share, the Dominican Republic shares the same island of Hispaniola as Haiti.
Yep. It's all one island.
Yeah.
And, interesting, I actually have a friend that's a private contractor who's in the Bahamas right now doing a contract because there was elections in the Bahamas recently. And he said to me, there's a lot of Haitians in the Bahamas, and he had a very, very freaked out event, which is why he contacted me. Funny. But he swears he saw a zombie. He goes, I swear to God, this guy came out of the jungle. He goes, it's like 2 a.m. He goes, I swear to God, clothing ripped. He goes, he was drooling, blank eyes. He goes, I swear to God, it was a zombie. And I was like, well, that's the Haitians. Literally like, yeah, that's the Haitians. I said, it's not really what you think. It is a combination of drugs and basically a form of hypnotherapy. It is a religious thing for them. Stay away. That's all I'm going to say is stay as far away as you can. It's not oogly boogly, but yeah, you don't want to get involved in that. Back away. And he was like, I'm telling you, he goes, I've seen a lot of things. This guy was in Mogadishu. He's been all over the world. And he's like, I have never really sweat because I was thinking, what am I going to do? He goes, but I'm looking at this guy going, oh God, is that a zombie? And I could just see it happening. But with that, I got to take us out to break before Dave Campione, my wonderful timekeeper, has a heart attack. Hang in there, guys. We're going out for the long break. When we return, we're going to talk a little bit more about UFOs because I didn't talk at all about UFOs. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back with The Vault in just a few minutes.
All right. Oh, man. Now I'm getting feedback.
It's Mark. I can see him glowing.
Yep. Now that time it's you, Mark. You got to turn your sound down, or
I can't really. If I turn it down, I won't be able to hear anything. Really, just.
Well, turn the mic down.
That's why I've been muting myself. I'm halfway through most of what was being said.
Did you say you're sad?
No, muting myself. On this mouse, on this vertical mouse, I've got an extra button that I can just press to mute myself.
But anyway, with ARPA, when I was talking about that before we got way off track, when I started loading the timetables in and looking at ARPANET was supposedly branched off in September of 1977. You had the WOW signal in August of 1977. You had Elvis Presley's death the day after the WOW signal. Literally, that came in at night. Elvis Presley was dead the next morning. Now, what I found super interesting was that Presley was in military intelligence under Dwight David Eisenhower's administration. And I'm like, and he wrote like 30 books on UFOs.
Okay, let's change rooms and make sure we have enough time so that we'll be good to go. All right?
I am going to kill somebody if this doesn't stop. I swear to God.
All right, I'm going to end this one and bring us right back. All right? So
Okie
everybody
dokie.
drop out, and I'm bringing us back. All right, that's first hour of the Vixen's Vault. Let's go for hour 2. See how we do here.
Okay, I'm here for now.
Yep.
This is like, I am getting so annoyed at this.
And your sound's much better now, too. I don't know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I'm still adjusted.
Yeah, you sound, you're coming in loud and clear, which is really good. But then you're dying. I don't know what's going on.
It just like cuts off right when.
Well, I'm telling you, it's because of the signal. There's a problem with my signal. It's the 5G signal,
You
and
gotta-
it's I haven't.
You
it's-
have to be hardwired. Remember what I've told you.
Well,
at the
no,
very
even
beginning.
Mark, even hardwired, it doesn't matter because my router is 5G.
Oh.
So, yeah, even hardwired into the router, it's the 5G tower that's going up and down.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
That because of the storms you had down there, Nancy, or what? That it
No, I don't
affected 'em?
know. It started like 4 or 5 days ago, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And every time I call to complain, they're like, "Oh, we don't see nothing wrong with the tower." I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna kill somebody." There's something wrong with the damn tower. Dude, I'm getting my text messages in bulk. So like 9:30 in the morning yesterday, I got 28 text messages that I had missed from the day before.
Oh.
I am ready, and not only that, but my father is seriously ill right now, so my mother is texting me. I missed like 4 texts from her that she needed my help. I'm like, great. You know, she says, I won't call you after a certain time because, I don't want to disturb your father, so I'm trying to text you to get your help, and you didn't respond. I'm like, I never got the text till 9:30 this morning. So then the girl says to me, "Well, did you block your texting?" I'm like, "No, I didn't block my texting. I blocked my texting." Who blocks their texting? Yeah.
I do
But
on my
it's not-
phone at times.
Well, I mean, if anything, sometimes I'll silence the notifications.
Oh,
But
they're dead.
the way I do it is, yeah, if I do a silent notification, what I do is I mark off family members, and if they text me more than once, it'll start notifying me. So, in other words, with my mom, she texted me 4 times, it would have notified me. But no. In fact, then the girl goes to send me a code so she can get into my account, and I didn't get the text.
Weird.
Oh, God, that's crazy.
I've got a very complicated sort of notification set up on my phone, and I receive things like text messages via my phone, and which also get transferred to this device. So I can review quickly. So if I'm out or in a meeting or something, I can just quickly look at my watch and review the notification.
Well, I mean, like I said,
it always vibrates. It's always on vibration anyway. I never have audio notifications anyway.
yeah, mine are on vibrate. I will say that. But except Raphael. Raphael is the only one that's on an audio. And that's because if he's trying to get a hold of me, it's usually pretty important. I just don't understand this. I am like ready to really kill somebody with this whole thing with the signal going up and down.
Yeah, I can't believe you got all those messages at 9:30 this morning.
9:30 in the morning and 2:30 in the morning. I get bulk dumps, and it's been going on for 4 days now. And every time I call them, they're like, "Oh no."
Yeah, well, they're working on fiber optic up here where I'm at.
Same tower.
Well, yeah, fiber optics not going to do a perfect tower. Again, I use 4G advanced for my internet access. My router's 4G advanced thing, and I've not had any problems recently. Even though I've had issues in the past where signal would just disappear.
The only time I really have problems is when it's super, super windy and it kind of like messes up the fiber optics lines and that, because they're like, it slows them down when the wind kind of shuffles them at the, between.
Yeah, well, I told the crew that was working up here on my lane, and I said to them, so why are you running the fiber optic cables down on the power lines? And they said, well, that's what we're supposed to do. I said, there's so many trees here with not even a hurricane, and they're going to knock them all down. So we won't have internet. We won't have anything.
It's weird. In the UK,
I think it's kind of silly for them to run it over the
power poles,
the power lines too.
In the UK, it's more common to actually have fiber optics underground.
Yep. And I asked why they didn't do that, and they said, well, everywhere you go, you would have to take and get special permits by the city or the property in order to do that. I'm like, oh, okay. That kind of makes sense in a way.
But in the UK, it's a weird situation.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
It's generally fiber optics up to the front door, and then when you inside the house buildings, it's mainly copper wire, so it's missing points anyway.
No, I got fiber optics the whole way in.
Okay.
Where I'm at. And it doesn't turn into anything else until it hits my box. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side for the second hour right now.
10:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, May the 20th, 2026. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixman, and I've been wrestling with my 5G all night, and actually for the last several days. And as I was telling all my co-hosts, I am ready to strangle my provider because they keep telling me, oh, no, it's not the tower. I'm like, well, let me think about this. Okay, my phone is on 5G. My internet is a 5G router, and they're going down simultaneously, which tells me, oh, it's the tower. And then on top of that, I'm not getting my messages on my phone. I get bulk send messages. So literally I'm getting messages twice a day, once at 2:30 in the morning, once at 9:30 in the morning. And you have to imagine, guys, I communicate quite a bit. So I am backed up like 20, 30 messages each time. I have a sick father right now and an elderly mother trying to care for my sick father. So I'm not getting her messages, which is probably what made me blow up on my provider today. But I'm surprised that they didn't call the police on me because I was just livid. And yet still it's happening. I've been popped off my radio show how many times tonight now because my 5G is all over the place. But we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Now you've listened to my absolute meltdown. We shall proceed the show. Okay, back to what I was discussing insofar as ARPA 7, ARPANET, and the correlation to Dwight David Eisenhower's administration. And even Kennedy, because you forget, Kennedy was the president that actually succeeded Ike. And one of the things that they say Kennedy was diving into before he was assassinated was the UFO files. Besides the banking system, which he made it real clear he was not helping. He was not happy with them at all. Not happy with Israel. Definitely not on board with AIPAC at all. I mean, made these things real clear. Did not want Israel to have a nuke at all. And these are, things you can find in John F. Kennedy's freaking memoirs.
And she's gone.
Yeah, well,
Will she be back?
Yeah, one of the things that I recall, which Nancy brought up with President Eisenhower, and I don't know if you guys remember the newspaper called the National Enquirer, and
Yes.
and there was the President Eisenhower on the front cover of it with a couple of those weird ass aliens just standing there in conversation.
Believe it or not, that's a CIA document. The paper
is that right?
ran that paper at one time and still may be ran by our CIA.
Really?
No way.
I did
I
not
thought it
know
was
that.
just a sort of
That was nationally known.
paper like I don't know, the New Statesman in the UK.
Yep.
Or Private
like a
Eye or
rag.
something.
Nancy dropped off. So she's probably trying to log back on. She just
It's
pulled
like
off.
a rag in the UK. You have those things you put out. Don't you have a lot of them? What do they call them?
What?
Rags.
The magazines. The magazines.
The rag.
Tabloids.
The rags.
Tabloids.
Private Eye on the New Statesman. Come to mind.
Okay, Nancy, we were just talking a little bit about the history of the National Enquirer, how it's owned by, probably the CIA. Are you
She's
back?
on mute.
Yep.
She's on mute right now. I just brought her back in.
Of course I was on mute. Of course I was on mute. I mean, literally, not only that, but I had to disconnect and reconnect because I'm looking down, I've got 5G, and I'm like, why isn't it letting me back in? Really? But of course not. Somebody doesn't want me talking about this, obviously.
You must be CIA.
Well, yeah. Let me finish this as quickly as I can. So basically, one of the things I was looking at was the things that correlated to 1977, specifically the fall of 1977. And the branch off, if it's true, like I said, there's no confirmation of ARPA 7. Okay, and I have to make that very clear. These are rumors and whistleblower statements. So there's no paperwork, there's no documentation, there's no recording, there's no nothing that proves ARPA 7 exists. We do know ARPANET existed, obviously. ARPA 7 is a rumor, but to me, it's got teeth to it. It makes sense that they would be on a totally different comm system. Now, what I found interesting, again, was the correlation of time and dates. All these things were happening in the same 2 months in 1977. And I've always been super curious about Elvis Presley because I know he was played off as this kind of like bimbo musician, right? But he was actually really intelligent. It was kind of like Marilyn Monroe. We were always told Marilyn Monroe was like this bimbette. And the fact was she was actually kind of brilliant. She literally, she was really intelligent. Lucille Ball, the same thing, kind of a bimbo, comedian, but she was brilliant. So started looking into Elvis Presley more and found out he had written 30 to 32 books about UFOs, believed in them. Like his manager said, he used to go out front and look up and say, we're already there. You know that, right? I mean, just very interesting things. Yes.
Elvis wrote all those books. I didn't even know
Yes.
that. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's a kind of a well-kept secret, but it's true. He did. And of course, we all know the story of him walking into Dick Nixon's office and asking to be, recognized as a federal agent. And Dick Nixon did it. I mean, gave him a badge and everything. And I know Priscilla Presley kind of downplayed it, made fun of it. But no, there's more to it. I'm telling you. And so when I put it all together, I'm like, this is just way too creepy for me. And it gives a lot of validity to what Laura Eisenhower kept saying, which is that what was said to have happened with her great grandfather actually happened, and that he did meet with an alien race. There are treaties in place, and yeah, again, I just found the timing ridiculous on all these hacker forums talking about ARPA 7, and and literally like huge debates being had by some really intelligent people as to whether or not it could exist. And I got to tell you, almost every single debate ended with the people saying, well, yeah, plausibly.
What about the Pleiadians that are playing right now?
Well, what I want to know is how well was Elvis and Jackie Gleason's relationship?
Yeah, Jackie Gleason.
Okay, because Nixon said, "Oh, if you go down at this place, you can see a few of them."
Yep.
Yep.
And this is what I'm saying. There's so much there that most people are completely unaware of. And the only reason I started looking was because of the connection between the WOW signal and Elvis's death. Because I always was I talked about that on the show before. That makes me very suspicious. It's just way too closely timed.
Well, it has to come out now. It has to come out now because of the more of the disclosure and the Space Force and leading, into what they're going to reveal. It has to come out now.
Well, and like I said, then you had Trump yesterday seemingly going apoplectic on his Truth Social network with Space Force insignias and him pictured with aliens and all these weird memes that he was dropping.
Yeah,
and it's like all this timed with an ARPA 7 drop, and I'm like, oh yeah, no. They're either he's leading up to a disclosure, or it's more. I think it's more he's pushing the fact that they're going to try to pull a blue beam, so he wants people aware of what technologies we really have.
Well, that's why they had those meetings with the pastors and all the religious leaders to let them know to thwart any blue beam. But you still have to know what's going on with his relationship.
There's an international dimension to this. There has been reports that has been claimed to have been provided by ex-RAF flyers, pilots, for the last 30, 40, 50 odd years. Even if Trump does try to release documents, wouldn't he require approval from, let's say, other members of Five Eyes?
No, he would not. That is the thing. He is the president of the United States. As president of the United States, he can classify and declassify at will with no permission or any type of responsibility to any other branch. Now, what we did find, though, is that, like, our DOJ is really pushing that, because we know that Trump demanded the release of the Epstein files in their entirety. And the DOJ stepped in and said, oh, well, no, we have to keep part of them classified. And, of course, that caused a huge, rift here where people were saying, oh, it's because they're protecting Donald Trump. And I had said immediately what I know about the law, which is no, that means that there's an ongoing case involving the files that they're protecting. That means there's an active investigation by the DOJ on some of those files.
Again, as far as the Epstein files are concerned, there's another international issue there. Look at Prince Andrew in the UK and the royal family. Even if Trump pushes the opening of these files of either the Epstein or the UFO files, there will be some sort of diplomatic sort of disagreements behind closed doors.
Well, again, my thoughts with Epstein are that it's got nothing to do with Jeff Epstein, why they're being held back. It's got nothing to do with even child molestation. It has nothing to do with what people think. It's got everything to do with Obama and ISIS and the way the money was being funneled and laundered, because Jeff Epstein was in the middle of that. And it's like, yeah, that's treason, man. That's a totally different ballgame. It has nothing to do with the Epstein files, but it's in the files.
Well,
and if they're actively investigating, they can't release them.
I've made an argument that is even widespread than that, as providing Britain, of the five countries, information to countries such as Russia and China, providing UK, US, Australian, New Zealand, Canadian information.
Oh God, I missed you because it bounced me off for a moment. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there's a much more international issue. This doesn't affect the US solely. This is related to providing information to foreign powers on providing UK, British, US, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand security information, plus financial internal insider trading information as well.
I agree with you, but again, people, like I was saying, people are very face value. So when they look at the Epstein files, it's all they've ever heard about Jeff Epstein was he was a child molester, he was a child trafficker, he was a human trafficker. They didn't look deeper. They didn't look at the financial connections. They didn't look at Zorro Ranch. What exactly is Zorro Ranch? You know, there's a reporter out of California that's doing some really in-depth research on Zorro Ranch, and the fact that it's set up with a complete government communication system out there. Okay, so basically, she said it outright. It proves it in the least that Jeff Epstein was a CIA asset. Now, going further than that, is he Mossad? What else is he connected to? Because these type of systems are not put on Joe Schmo's land. They are fully government systems.
Well,
self-contained, everything.
He had connections with British royal family, potentially with MI6 as well.
Right.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. There's more to these files, but people just, they don't want to see that there's a larger thing happening, and that is being pursued. That's being investigated. That's why those files are not being released. It's got that when the FBI says the Epstein case is closed, what they're saying is that the trafficking, all that stuff, that's on a close. Why? Because they have bigger fish to fry out of those files, bigger charges to bring that people are not going to be able to squirm out of. And like I said, the way they're getting them, even Prince Andrew was not charged with anything sexual in nature. He was charged with what? Financial wrongdoings. So
he paid him off, right? Didn't he pay him off?
And there's a big question about Sarah Ferguson, Andrew's wife, in this country, possible links to money laundering into
through her charities.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, I've seen that. And she was very interconnected in American charities. And that's what people have to understand, too. Fergie was big time popular over here. And anything she put her name on was like, it was like wildfire. So, yeah, she's hugely connected over here. And it's like, they're going after things, guys. It's just, it may not be happening in the tick-tock time clock that you want it to happen in. But to do it correctly, you have to build a rock solid case, because if you don't, they're going to get away with it.
Arguably, we may not hear anything in at least King Charles III lifetime, anyway.
Well, Charles, I don't even know. I love you, Mark, but yeah. Oh boy.
Nelson, I know what you.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't even know if I should go there, because kind of embarrassing for you guys. I mean, how many centuries of a monarchy, and you're left with King Charles? Really? Oh boy. I mean, I even think, well, who is it? George III? Was he the crazy one?
Yeah.
I think he probably even did better than Charles. I got to tell you, just really upsetting for you guys. But I mean, it is what it is, and I mean, at least even you can see that there's something going on here. There's a methodology that's under the surface that is detectable, but I don't think any of us are going to know. I think we all get little snippets, little pieces to the puzzle, but none of us are going to know the full puzzle until they let it go public, which won't be until they have, again, rock solid.
And there she went.
So do you think the Pam Bondi?
Keir Starmer! Anyways,
Well, yeah, I was going to say, normally when it works, when God was solid,
Attorney General,
political environments stabilize.
Yeah.
Well, I think Pam Bondi was she was sitting on it, and she wouldn't release a lot of information, which she said she was going to do it, and she had the black book, allegedly the black book, and then now everything's being redacted, whatever's being released.
If you sit on something too long, that gives the other side a chance to, get something on you or put something on you.
They had something on her,
all right?
and she had to do
So if you don't move fast
enough,
well, there you go.
I'm just going to have to strangle somebody. I'm just going to have to strangle somebody. That's just going to have to happen. Just going to have to kill somebody. But like I said, they can't. It's going to have to go to martial law here in the States because we cannot trust our judicial system as it stands to try these people at the top of our corporations. I mean, they're the captains of industry. They are our top politicians. There's no way there's going to be a fair trial in our current judicial system. And I think, John, 2020 through 2024 proved that with what happened with Donald Trump. I mean, I don't think any of the cases they brought against him were in any way, shape, or form legal or constitutional.
Yeah, they weren't.
They weren't.
But it was a proving thing. Think about that.
Everybody thought he was guilty. I mean, they just in the court of
the
public opinion.
media.
That happened.
I knew so many Democrats who knew he was not guilty and didn't care. Yeah. They just wanted him to be guilty. They knew he didn't. They knew there was nothing there. They just didn't care.
Yeah.
And it's like, so but it proved a point, and I keep saying that 2020 to 2024 happened for a reason. Because if it had not happened, we would not have seen the crap show of corruption that the judicial system is. Mm-hmm. It would never have been obvious, not the way it is now. So, yeah, it had to happen. I hate saying that. People get mad at me, but I'm like, again, if these things aren't happening, you're not aware of them. What do Americans care about their judicial system if it doesn't affect them directly? I said, when this happened to Donald Trump, it affected every person who was MAGA directly. Because that's all people were saying was, if it can happen to him, and he's got all that money and power, simply because he stood up and said, no more deep state, what about us? Who don't have billions of dollars to go to court? What about the rest? And he was still found guilty. They literally, in fact, the trial in New York, he wasn't even allowed to enter evidence. He wasn't allowed to speak for himself. They would not let him bear witness in his own case. I've never heard of that. I said, how can that happen? This is the United States. Even if it was a civil case, the judge literally muted him, would not let him speak for himself. Nothing.
He couldn't even speak out into the media when he was out of court.
Yep.
They shut him down. But we got to take a break now.
Yep. I'm going to take us out to our last break of the evening. Hopefully, I still have 5G when we come back. We shall return in a few moments.
And we're on radio break. Somehow I
Thank
couldn't
you.
get my fingers to do the clicks.
Oh, that's okay. I'm trying to control my fingers from hanging up and calling my phone company and just This is I'm literally walking out front with my phone up in the air trying to track a signal, but it's almost like there's this. Well, it's like, dude, it's almost like there's like some kind of a radio signal interfering with the 5G.
I bet it's that data center blocking you.
No, it's been open longer than a couple of weeks. I mean, it's. I can literally I could take a picture right now. You can see the glow from the data center. Here, I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to take a picture because there's no missing it.
Yeah, they're getting ready to set up one in this area, data center between the little town of Alachua and Gainesville. And I don't know where they're going to set it up at with all that agricultural land out there.
I saw
They're trying to set one up here too, up near Waco, and another one down near Austin, between here and Austin. So yeah, go figure. You know.
I saw.
I'm here.
I saw a very cute video not that long ago where this data center company was trying to buy up land, and this I don't know 60-year-old old woman farmer refused to actually was adamant that she would not sell her land. It's extremely extremely cute.
I'm trying to get a better one.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a better one. There we go.
It's the red with the orange rings. My goodness.
Sorry about that. That was a little out of focus, though. I've got a better one. Let's see.
3 miles from my house, we got 235,000 solar panels, a solar farm. 235,000 solar panels in the farm. 3 miles
there you
from
go.
the house.
You guys look in the chat. Look behind the house. You see that glowing? That's the data center.
Wow.
Yep.
And they're using like 20 million gallons of water a day or some damn thing, and they're not paying the bill. Somewhere here in Florida, I don't know where it's at, but they're not paying the bill. They owe them like over $100,000 right now for the water company, and
Well, the thing is, they put that one. This is like in the middle of our farmlands, so it's like
the good thing. What it looks like that when it comes to the so-called artificial intelligence style data centers, the bubbles just about to pop. The cycle is happening. So yeah.
Are those data centers? Are they government funded or they're private?
Oh,
it's part and part. It's half and half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, your water will go up. Your water bill and all your other.
Well, I'm on well water.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're on any kind of city. Connection, your water, your recycle, your what's the sewage, that all goes up.
Wastewater, the wastewater,
You want energy bill, possibly?
I'm really surprised that they didn't just take over the Alcoa place. Because Alcoa has done, with their aluminum mining here. That would have been a really good place, and they have water underneath that, which. Alcoa still, owns the rights to that. But 30 seconds. Yeah, they would have probably just, taxed us through that too. Anyways.
What a mess.
Yeah.
Who's smoking a cigar? I heard a lighter.
That was me.
Are you smoking a cigar or a doobie?
Just a cigarette.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio set for the last segment right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. It is 10:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, May the 20th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show. And as we went off air, that was like the most uncomfortable segment because I kept getting cut off. And I swear to God, every time I was going to say something pertinent, it would disconnect me. I'm like, really? I barely got the word out of my mouth and I'm gone. I felt like I was on South Park and he's gone. It just was wholly annoying. But
the
again,
Straits of
I have to
Hormuz
say-
are open again,
Yeah.
and nope,
Yeah.
they're closed.
That's
they're
what
closed.
I thought.
They're closed.
Nope, they're closed.
Oh, they're closed. Yeah, they're open again. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and the new prime minister over there in Iran says if President Trump keeps continuing with the bombing and then the airplanes and the bombing, he says I'm going to extend it to the United States. He's going to extend the missiles.
They've been saying that for the last 40 odd years anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I think here's what's scary is that, and I think that's why.
Oh no.
There she
No.
goes.
There
The
she
Straits
goes.
of Hormuz are closed again,
Oh.
and here she comes. They're back
Yeah,
open,
she's
maybe.
gone.
Not quite.
Maybe
Open?
open.
Yeah.
Do you think the gas will go down every time they open it? The gas goes down a penny and then it goes up when they open it. When they close it down, then the gas goes up a nickel.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, you know.
Okay, I just admitted Nancy again.
Oh, I'm here.
Nice.
It's like
And
the
she's
big
here.
time.
It's open. Open.
Oh, I was going to say that I think his embargoes down in Cuba are because of the Iranian and Chinese connections in Cuba. And again, it makes it a lot more dangerous for us stateside, especially here in Florida. We're not in a good position when it comes to Cuba, and especially the drones, because those drones can go a distance. So it's like, I got why he was doing it, and I know people are screaming humanitarian, but you know, Cuba can capitulate. It's really simple. Just capitulate. Because it's not like
Trump
that little
say he's
island can
already
hold
there?
up to the rest of us. Oh, we are there. Yeah,
Well, didn't
we're
Trump
there.
say, Marco Rubio's already there and we've already gotten it all taken care of? So,
Well, and if you notice, today the DOJ actually released the fact that they have charged Raul Castro.
Yeah, they
Which-
did. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, things are definitely being matted out.
Now, didn't the guy that's heading the CIA, didn't he go down to Cuba a few days ago?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what he was
and
doing
Rubio.
down there.
Rubio was down there.
Maybe he served the papers. I don't know.
Well, again, I got to think to myself, again, we had this kind of back and forth with Venezuela, too, before they actually extracted Maduro. And I do believe that was an extraction, by the way, not a kidnapping. And I keep saying that because I'm like, you notice we haven't heard crap about Maduro since like a week after he was taken. We haven't heard diddly snot about Maduro. Why? Because Maduro is singing like a canary. And if he wasn't, I mean, in my book, he sang before we extracted him. Like, I really believe he was an extraction. He had given up the goodies before we went and got him. And that's one of the reasons he's disappeared. Because, if you think he's sitting in a jail, some black site prison, I'm pretty sure you're wrong. Just saying. But again, because it makes sense that he would have sung like a canary. The way that extraction took place, no. There was an insider, and the most obvious insider would have been him. And his vice president went from, no, USA to USA. So, there's problems. And again, I find it even more interesting that, that you've got the hantavirus thing that, of course, the left is just running with. They're hysterical. I think it's funny, though. And now Ebola on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
Because we don't go through Ebola every year or two with the WHO anyway.
That's so silly.
But the hantavirus thing I found very interesting. Why? Because of its point of origination.
Yeah.
And I keep saying that the mountains where it comes from, the area in Argentina it's originated from, that is an enclave of Israeli settlement. And I keep saying that. I'm like, you need to go look back at the point of origination to this supposedly, human to human capable hantavirus, which the damn virus is not even capable of that. It had to have been, it's a manipulated virus. Yeah.
Gain of
it
function.
has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to, are you going to do that whole, a bat did it thing again, like you did with freaking COVID? And, like nobody had ever watched that movie with the bat, dripping into the pig's feed and the pig eating the feed and then the Chinese chef dying. Like nobody watched that movie.
Contagion.
Yep, Contagion. I can still remember the music. And I was thinking it all the way through COVID, like that song would keep running through my head. I'm like, they really are trying to sell us a movie. And people are believing it. Oh, boy. And they're doing it again with Hanta.
Yeah. And it has a patent number. I mean, geez.
Yeah, the
Well,
latest
this
I read on it, there was some.
Many countries have already signed up to the World Health Organization's pandemic treaty.
Yep.
That's insane. I thought they were gotten rid of. I know we're out of it, but I thought that.
Guess what?
They have no money.
Oh.
They have no money.
Yeah, because it's basically, I mean, they already have a supposed vaccine for this form of hantavirus. Really? How wonderfully convenient is that?
Yeah. That they developed years ago. Yeah.
It's not even capable of jumping human to human, yet you somehow have a vaccine already to cure the human to human What?
Yeah, yeah.
But nobody question it. Nobody question it. Go put your 3 diapers on your face and walk around like an idiot in your spacesuit because you don't want to catch human to human hantavirus, which isn't really even a thing. I mean, I can't. It's so stupid. I can't. And here's the WHO basically, doing the shake their finger at Trump. If you are in our network, well, no, we're thanking God we're not in your network because they're retarded. Just saying. They're all going to go into lockdowns because they're retarded.
Unfortunately, we are. Well, the UK is.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are working on that, though. You are piece by piece disassembling the government that is. And if you think, I always say that, if you think Starmer's going to give up and walk away without spilling the goodies on everybody else, you're wrong. He is going to dump the goodies on everybody. And I keep saying that when one topples, the little streams of goodies start coming out. Yeah. And it's just whether or not they can plug all the holes before it gets, somebody picks it up and runs with it. And I'm watching what happens at the same time, like simultaneously what's happening. Well, here in the States, you've got Trump getting ready to pardon both Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. And that's all happening. Oh, yes. Yep.
We've
and the fact that they indicted Castro, that's
Yeah.
telling everybody that he's going to, the deep state's influence is being removed. That's
We are going to have to
Completely.
wait a couple of months in the UK. The Makersfield by-election is coming up. So with Andrew Burnham. We could see Starmer out of office by, I don't know, September.
Well, literally by the time he gets out of office, though, there's not even going to be an office there. It's going to be a bunch of empty desks because his entire government is resigning underneath him.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because every day I'm reading about new politicians under Starmer that have resigned. And I'm like, jeepers creepers, is there anybody in the office? Do they have anybody to answer the phone at Dowling Street? I mean, is it like, hello, nobody there? I mean, it's like, the heck? I've never seen anything like it. He's like a one-man government at this point because literally almost all the big offices underneath him are gone. They've all resigned.
Well, we've still got people like David Lammy, can't think of any of the name, Ed Miliband, Rachel Reeves. We still got some big hitters.
Well, okay, but let me sit. Okay, so the band on the Titanic stayed on the damn ship with the captain.
Right.
Agreed.
Everybody else was trying to get off, but the band went down with the ship. So it's, I'm seeing your government is kind of the Titanic right now, Mark. Just saying. And there's not a lot of lifeboats. Just saying. It's like they didn't order enough. But again, it is kind of crazy. But it's not just the UK. We tend to focus on the UK because it's a big Western nation. They have a big impact. They're one of the Five Eyes. Big impact. It's going to In fact, I always say that, watch the Five Eye countries, watch what's happening to their politics, because they supposedly control the entire intelligence of the world. And yet every single one of them, even though you don't hear about Netanyahu having problems, he's in big trouble in Tel Aviv. Politically speaking, he's in really big trouble. You've got the UK in big trouble. You've got New Zealand popping off. I mean, all these countries that are Australia, you know, they're having problems. And they're all desperately trying to hang on. But again, guys, I am very much questioning everything I see. And I keep saying it looks like this was all a performance. Like, these people were taken care of a while ago. Like,
Yes.
literally, it's basically, to me, it's like we're watching something being
a movie. Oh, there she goes.
Yeah,
No.
there she goes. She's gone.
Intermission. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
oh,
true.
I met her back in when she signs in again. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
my mouse up here ready to go.
Well, Besant put out Treasury's new sanction list against London, UK, overseas. So, and along with Iran, but the real target is City of London. So, yeah.
Well, you got so many Muslims over there now, Mark. Is that right? You know, running within the city government.
Earlier, I think the Islamist population is around 6%.
Oh, so
That's
you're
a lot.
pretty much where we were with the Latino population.
Still a lot.
But problem is that it's the sort of areas. You've got places like Birmingham and London and Manchester, so big metropolitan areas where there are issues.
That whole thing is crazy. I mean, from what I see, I mean, what I've read, and I'm not up on it as much as you are, because you're living over there, and but I just see that where they're infiltrating into your government, just like they're starting to do here. Now they own Minnesota. They got the whole state of Minnesota, and then now they're working on New York State, and this creep in New York City, he wants to run for president already, because he said, well, I already got elected to New York City, so maybe I'll run for president. Madami, yeah.
Yep. But it's funny because, you know, I'm looking at like the percentage of, oh boy, you guys are in trouble in England, because you have your government. I mean, your bigger seats in government are Muslim. I don't know how you guys did that. How did you end up electing people to your important seats of government, and a lot of them aren't even from your country?
Well, some of it's related to the current Green Party, and as I like to call them, the Watermelon Party. Green on the outside, red in the centre. With a few yellow streaks down them.
I was going to say, I can't really say a word, because, I mean, I live in the United States of America, where, I mean, there are really, really, like, pounded out laws about who can vote and who can't vote, and who can run for office and who can't run for office, and yet here we sit. We've got, you know, the idiot with the burqa out in the Midwest, you know, who basically sold everybody out with their, oh my God, with the, you know, married her own brother. I mean, good times.
Stole $30 million.
They're over that. That's all they can track, the 30 million that she stole, but it's more than that. I mean, it's crazy. Now you've got, you know, California, which allows illegals to vote in their state elections and their local elections. You've got New York, who does the same thing, and yet they say, but they can't vote in federal. Really? How does that work? So you're telling me that you got somebody sitting at the polling place saying, oh, I'm sorry, you're not legal. That whole federal ballot thing, put that back, please. And that's not how it works. We all know that. We all vote. I vote. I can tell you there's nobody looking to see what, you know, ballot you're using. And the fact is that even if you can prove after the fact that a bunch of illegals voted, it does not change the outcome. you can't rescind the vote. So in other words, I always say that. I'm like, we could go back to 2020 and say a million times that it was an absolutely illegal election. We can prove that just through Georgia, just from what we know from Georgia. Okay. We know that Georgia there were over 300,000 votes that were changed. We can prove that is a fact, and it would have changed the outcome of the state of Georgia. It would not have been Biden that won. Okay. Can say that for a fact. And people say, well, why isn't that being changed in the history books? Well, because those votes count. Because you can't change it after the fact.
But they didn't certify the election correctly, and that's where it's going to change. Because all of those people in Congress, they certified that it was the correct numbers on that election, and that was treason. They all committed treason. There were only 5 out of all of those people. So that is what's going to change it, and that is what has not come out yet. Because they don't want those people, the Congress people, all escaping.
There we go. I'm back. It popped me off for a moment. Sorry about that.
So they can't rescind the vote then because it's already been cast. The ballots have been cast and counted.
And they can because they just certified it incorrectly. That is where Pence was responsible for that, and all of those people, they didn't certify. They didn't have the information back to certify that the independent group had verified all the votes and put it out there. They decided to go ahead and verify the election without that. That's what's going to change. Right. That's what's coming out.
But the thing is I don't think it's a neither here nor there, because the time has already passed. And like I said, I don't think it really matters, because to me,
election if you go, interference. Election
it is. For that reason, it will count.
Yes.
But to me, I think what we're going to end up with here at the end of everything, it's going to go back to JFK.
Oh, you mean JFK Jr.? You mean him being who it is? No, it will go back. I mean, it will come out that was not a correct election outcome, and it was stolen. It's just they have to get all the ducks in a row to bring it out.
No, but what I'm saying is it's going to, I think all elections going all the way back to the JFK assassination are going to get thrown out. Well, because it's going to be proven. Well, the JFK papers, like I said, it's already showing that LBJ had involvement. That's a coup. That delegitimizes LBJ's administration, which means that all administrations that stemmed after that are delegitimized. And that's what I keep saying to people. It's a huge constitutional crisis.
But does it really matter? The damage has already been done.
Well, because a lot of illegal and unconstitutional laws went on the books after that. I mean, it's really amazing when you look at how many things we have, how many laws we have in this country that go completely against the Constitution, including our taxations. I mean, just butt right up against the Constitution. And, like I said, even if you go further, the NDAA, I mean, completely outside the bounds of the Constitution. Completely. Mass surveillance, all these things that are completely unconstitutional are covered under the NDAA, which they're saying because of national security. Well, that law came into play after JFK. So it would delegitimize all of it.
But the executive orders that are now in play is what is driving all of this, as far as forfeiture for those countries that have interfered and all of their assets and everything else. And that is huge and that's what's going to be in play that's going to make everything different. The change.
I agree.
And that's probably why you're not seeing the Epstein, because as you said, Obama's involvement isn't highlighted yet.
Well, that was the other thing I wanted to bring up, something I've seen the last 2 days, which is a snapshot of Malia Obama wearing a MAGA cap. And basically, and that she was quoted as saying that her father did some things that were absolutely destructive to this country. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Yep. and to her. And she's normally like, we haven't heard crap from Malia Obama in years. Her sister we've heard about, but not her.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, that's really interesting. And I keep saying it could be AI. I always say that, guys. AI has gotten so good at fabricating things. You know, don't get taken in until she steps forward on a mic. And even then, you got to wonder if it's being AI produced. Because telling AI from reality anymore is gotten incredibly difficult. I said, you know, even with the whole Bibi Netanyahu thing, we're all pretty sure that the press conference that Bibi held months ago was AI. I mean, unequivocally, because, oh my God, who has 7 fingers on their hand?
That's hilarious.
Was that the interview in the restaurant?
Yes.
The 7
Well,
fingers.
oh, that was, the interview with the restaurant came after the 7-finger one, and it was supposed to legitimize, him completely, and unfortunately for them, they didn't sync the background with the recording. So it was obvious there was something wrong with what you were looking at. It was like you were looking at a 4K video, like he was in 4K and everything else wasn't. So it's like, yeah, no, pretty sure that's not real. But again, but they just kind of like do right by it. And I keep saying, again, there's a lot of upheaval in Israel. It's not being covered. It is not being put to the national press, not here in the States, I can tell you that. You've got TPUSA still trying to cover their asses with Charlie Kirk, and they're not doing a very good job of it. You've got, Erica Kirk still making an ass out of herself. I mean, it's one thing after another, and it's like, when are we finally going to when is the dam going to release, and you're finally just going to get the tidal wave that washes all the dirt away? Because I think people are just done. I mean, I know I am, but I'm patient. And I say that because people like my husband, Raphael,
everybody's fed up with the whole thing, and they want to see action. They want to see people in jail, with what's his name, Comey and Fauci. Both of those guys need to go. And Brennan, and Struck whatever, what was his name? He was with the FBI.
Before I take us out, because I got to take us out, we're almost at the end of the show, and I got popped offline right there. But before I take us out, I will make mention of the fact that, and guys, those of you who are frustrated that the statute of limitations expired on Fauci and all that, you're frustrated. I get it, but just understand, crimes against humanity have no statute of limitations. Woo-hoo. End of story.
Yeah.
The crimes they're going after, they were talking about, are tiny compared to the crimes the man has committed. With that, I'm going to end the show. Guys, join us again next week for another Vixen's Vault. Hopefully I won't want to strangle my internet, and that will be repaired. We're out of here for the evening. Talk to y'all next week.
Bye.
Thanks. It's like, I started this up a little too early, so I'm like, we're probably going to run out of time on my end.
Yeah, I was looking at the countdown, Mark. Now I see the countdown in the top left-hand corner of my screen here. I never noticed it before.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, folks.
All right, guys. I'm gonna jump because I gotta get my internet taken care of here. I gotta call them.
All right.
All right, folks.
Good show, Nancy.
We're gonna host over to the Great Conspiracy. Thanks, everybody, and good night. And I'll catch up with everybody else later on, and I'll get this up and out like I always do.
Okay. Good show. Yeah, good seeing you guys.
Good
Take
seeing
care.